Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. I'm going to read a checklist to ensure meetings are compliant with the right-to-know law during the state of emergency. This is the 4/19/2021 Planning Board meeting. As Chair of the Planning Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the Governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the Governor's Emergency Order Number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is a physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, some participants will participate remotely, which was authorized pursuant to the Governor's Emergency Order. In accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. We are utilizing Zoom for this electronic meeting. All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform. and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and participate in this meeting by dialing the following phone number: 646-558-8656, meeting ID number 837-1082-8852, passwords 359947, or by entering this website address, www.zoom.us, selecting Join Meeting, and entering the meeting ID and password I just read. Please provide your first and last name to the attendant. B, providing public notice of the necessary information for access in the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of necessary information for access in the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically. Instructions have also been provided in the town website, www.pelhamweb.com, on the planning board page. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please call 603-508-3089 or email jgreenwood@pelhamweb.com. D, adjourn the meeting if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Tim Doherty.
Here.
Jim Bergeron.
Here.
Paul Dadak.
Paul won't be joining us tonight.
Roger Montbleu.
Here, I'm remote, and there's nobody in the room with me.
Cindy Kirkpatrick. Here. Danielle Massey Quinn here. Kevin Cody.
Here.
Jeff Godwin.
Present.
Hal Lyde.
Here.
Patty Colbert.
Here.
Bruce Belapka.
Here.
Richard Olson.
Here remotely, and no one else is in the room.
Samuel Thomas.
Here.
Mike Sherman.
Here remotely, no one is in the room.
And Jordan Isabel.
Okay. Bruce, you're going to be voting in place of Paul Dadak, right? So Bruce Belapka will be on the roll call votes. Danielle?
Okay.
All right, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance.
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have minutes. It's usually first thing on the agenda. Looks like we have some minutes here of April 5th. Does anybody have any changes or alterations, additions?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay, what would that be?
On line 12, it says Secretary Cindy Kirkpatrick, and it should be Danielle Massey Quinn. And that is all I have.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any changes?
A small one, Mr. Chairman, line 128, at the end of that line, if you could just add, if you could please add the word "he expressed concern."
Is that into February 18th minutes?
No, I'm in the wrong ones.
April 5th.
April 5, is that what you're doing?
I think April 5 ends at line 69 or 70. We have two sets of minutes here, Mr. Gowan, on the,
We do?
is that, am I looking at that correctly? Or is, line 72 says meeting minutes, February 18th, 2021. That's on my line 72 and 74.
Yeah, that's to hold off. There was a motion made to hold off on the approval of of those minutes.
Okay, so we're still looking at,
So Mr. Bergeron was looking at line 128, which is still in April 5th minutes.
okay, so what is it, Mr. Bergeron, on line 28,
Yeah,
128?
just the word, he expressed concern, the word concern could be added there to make this a little more, it's pretty good, but I mean, just throw in the word concern.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay, anybody else have any suggested changes to the minutes we have in front of us? Top of the pages are all marked April 5th, so all the pages that are in front of us are April 5 minutes. Hearing no responses, somebody would like to make a motion that we approve the minutes with the amendments made?
I'll make that motion.
Who was that?
Kevin?
Okay, Kevin Cody made a motion.
I'll second.
Danielle made a second. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick?
I'm going to abstain. I wasn't here at the meeting.
Okay.
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Jim Bergeron?
Yes,
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes, that's a 6-0-1 vote. Minutes have been approved as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Who's speaking?
Roger Montbleu.
Go ahead, Roger.
Did we skip the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
We all rose for it and pledged. Maybe you didn't hear it.
Oh, well, my phone blacked out for a couple of minutes there, and then it came back on. I had to dial back in.
Okay, you're on phone as opposed to Zoom?
Yes, I'm on phone with yes.
Okay. You're all set then. Yeah, we did pledge the allegiance. Okay, we have administrative in front of us tonight to motion to appoint a commissioner, not appoint, the selectman will appoint the commissioner to the NRPC for an open 4-year position.
Mr. Chairman, I could kind of introduce that if you'd like.
Who's speaking?
Jeff, Planning Director Gowan, I can just kind of give a little background real quick if you'd like.
Go ahead.
The town of Pelham, because of its population, is actually entitled to 3 NRPC, National Regional
Could you
Planning.
speak a little closer to the mic?
Sure, I'm
Did
sorry.
you say 2 positions?
No, because of our population, we're entitled to 3
3.
positions. We have had 2 filled for quite a long time by Selectman Lyon and by Dave Hennessy. It came to our attention, I think, middle or late last year, that there was actually a 3rd commissioner available to the town. What we didn't realize until the NRP sent out this little synopsis of their process is that their process is that the planning board of any given town nominate the commissioner, the selectmen then make the appointment, assuming, I guess, that they agree with the nomination, but that is what's the process here. It goes on, I'm not going to read the whole thing, it was in your packet, but NRPC describes their history, their mission, their approach, the responsibilities of each RPC, and then the purpose and responsibility of the regional planning commissions, and the composition of the role of the commissioner. Now, that's pretty short. It says, as provided under RSA 46, each community is entitled to the representation of 2 commissioners. Communities with populations between 10,000 and 25,000, as determined by the most recent federal census, are entitled to 3 representatives. Communities with populations greater than 25,000 are entitled to 4. Each municipality may also appoint alternate representatives, which I do not believe we currently have. According to NRPC policy, 1 commissioner from each community should be a selectman or an alderman. You've got that covered with Mr. Lyon. All commissioners are nominated for a 4-year term by the planning board and appointed by the boards of selectmen or aldermen. Role of the commissioner is to represent the official interests of the community to which he or she is appointed. Commissioners shall not use the Regional Planning Commission as a forum by which to advance a personal agenda. Only the chair and executive director may represent to the media and to public officials positions of the commission. So perhaps Mr. Lyon, if you need any more description, having been a commissioner for so long, could offer some insights. But what I recommend, because you've got two, and I wanted to thank Danielle Massey Quinn, looking through what they recommend, which they do in here, committee membership, special requirements. NRPC commissioners should be sitting members of local boards, have experience as a former selectman, alderman, councilor, planning board member, conservation commission member, etc., or have a direct link to the decision-making process of the community. A prospective candidate should be willing to serve as a conduit of information both to the agency from the community and from the community to the agency. So there are two apparently qualified individuals. Heather Ford submitted a application to the selectmen when they, opened that up for to accept volunteer applications. Of course, she was a select person until she decided not to run for this last election. And the other member, thanks to Danielle Massey Quinn pointing out, was just elected to the Budget Committee, something, although I think I voted for him, I had missed in my comments to the board. So you've got two apparently qualified candidates. The board can do whatever you want. You can make the nomination tonight. You can, if you'd prefer to interview these candidates, I'll try to set that up for the next meeting so you have an opportunity to ask them questions, see who you might think would best represent the town. That's about it. Again, unless Hal has something to add, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gowan. Okay, any questions, comments from board members?
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion?
You can make a motion, you're a board member.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to nominate Paul Grant for the NRPC Commissioner position for the 4-year term.
Okay. We have
I'll
a
second that.
motion on the floor by Danielle.
Second
and
it.
a second by Jim. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Kevin Cody,
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick,
No.
Bruce Palaka,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Roger Montbleu,
Roger, you still with us?
Yes, I am. My vote is yes.
and
Okay.
Tim Doherty.
Yes. That's a 6-1-0 vote. The board nominates Paul Grant to serve the 4-year term. Mr. Cody, can you inform the selectmen?
I will.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms.
I'd like to make a motion, if I could, to enter non-public session under RSA 91-A:3, Roman numeral 2, Section L, which is the consideration of legal advice provided by legal counsel.
Okay, we have a motion to enter non-public session. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have motion by Jim, and we have a second from Danielle. Danielle, will you read the roll?
Cindy Kirkpatrick,
Yes.
Roger Montbleu,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Bruce Palaka,
Yes.
Tim Doherty,
Yes.
and Kevin Cody.
Yes.
Okay, that's a 7-0-0 vote. We are going to enter non-public session. We'll be back shortly.
Hey, listen.
And can you get our members back on Zoom, possible? Thank you. Okay, we're back.
Yes.
We've closed the non-public session, we're back into public session. Mr. Cody,
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to seal the minutes of the non-public session.
we have a motion to seal the minutes.
Second that.
We have a second by Mr. Balapka. Danielle, could you read the roll?
Roger Montbleu?
He,
Give him a
Oh,
minute.
I should give him a minute, yes. Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
And Tim Doherty.
yes. Roger, are you with us yet?
I am now, yeah, I got knocked off, and I'm back in again.
Okay, we had a motion, and we have a vote to seal the minutes of non-public session?
I vote yes.
Yes, okay, that's a 7-0-0 vote. Minutes have been sealed. Okay, we are going to,
Mr. Chairman, the recording secretary needs who made that motion and who seconded it?
To leave the,
To leave non-public?
that was Mr. Cody,
I
and
Bruce, I believe Bruce
Bruce was the
Yes.
Well,
second.
that was to
not
seal the
to
minutes.
it, to leave.
to leave the non-public.
Okay.
It's both the same motion and, okay, great.
And then the vote was unanimous for that too?
Yes,
Thank you.
okay. We're going to go into new business now. We have case number PL 2021-00005. It's Kevin and Constance Crocker and Angela Terry, 2 and 4 Andover Street, 3 and 5 Methuen Street. Says here, the lot line adjustment between lots 11-157, 11-158, 11-163, and 11-162. And who is here representing this case?
Sure, good evening. My name is Tim Peloquin. I'm a licensed land surveyor. My company is Promised Land Survey. And here with Kevin Crooker next to me, who's the owner of all these parcels that are being adjusted.
Okay,
So good evening. It's a little bit confusing, but
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Should I read the abutters into the,
thank you.
there's new business, the abutters should be read into the record.
sorry about that.
So you are volunteering to read that? That's normally done by our staff, and our staff is on their way out, so till we get new staff, it would be appreciated if you would do that.
Okay, we have a different kind of abutters list. I'll start there, yeah. It's over two, yeah, okay. Okay. We have Ronald and Johanna Sousa, 6 Armand Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. Cindy Ronan, P.O. Box 862, Pelham, New Hampshire. Ronald and Kim Sargent, 12 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Labonte Family Revocable Trust, Labonte the Third Trustee, George W., P.O. Box 271, Pelham, New Hampshire. Elizabeth Mackey, P.O. Box 774, Pelham, New Hampshire. Scott Barsley, 11 Carlton Circle, Boxford, Massachusetts, 01921. John Patterson, 7 Gaston Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Kevin and Constance Crooker, P.O. Box 934, Pelham, New Hampshire. Mark and Carolyn DeCarrett, 18 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Matthew Thompson, 9 Gaston Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Troy Thistle, 255 North Road, 100, Chelmsford, Massachusetts. Deborah and Linda Costa, 20 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Randy Farrow, 11 Gaston Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jay and Donna Bibu, I hope I said that one right, 6 Andover Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jackie and Deborah Garan, 7 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Lance and Lori Olette, 13 Gaston Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Raymond and Sandra Gladu, P.O. Box 133, Pelham, New Hampshire. Eric Filmo, 3 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Joanne Shelton and Charles F. Shelton Revocable Living Trust, 32 Coolidge Street, Methuen, Mass. Emily R. and Ernest Ione, 10 Andover Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Constance Lashy, 2413 Broad Bay Road, Virginia Beach, Virginia. Olette Family Revocable Trust, 5 Andover Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Methuen Street LLC, care of John Charest, P.O. Box 509, Pelham, New Hampshire. Webster Family Revocable Trust, care of Alice Webster, 322 Pine Street, Lowell, Mass. Marion Desablon and John Costa, 18045 Northwest 21st Street, Pembroke Pines, Florida. Angela Terry, P.O. Box 934, Pelham, New Hampshire. Olette Family Revocable Trust, 17 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Lance Olette, 13 Gaston Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. 9 Richard Real Estate Trust, Charles and Carol O'Donoghue, 9 Richard Avenue, Methuen, Mass. Promised Land Survey, LLC, P.O. Box 446, Derry, New Hampshire. That's it, that's all I got.
Thank you.
God. Goodness.
Okay, why don't you start presenting your case to us?
Okay, good evening again. So for the record, I'm Tim Peliquin, and representing Mr. Crooker next to me. And over here, I have a colored highlighted one that maybe would be easier to explain, but I'm going to try to draw it on here so y'all can understand. Yeah, okay. So basically, Mr. Crooker owns this entire piece that encompasses 2 lots, one having 1.76 acres.
Could you sketch around what he owns again?
Might be easier to go to the board then if that's the case. You want me to try to do that? Either way.
You have to take a mic with you, though. It's right on the end of that table.
Can you hear me so, okay? Is it on? Yep. So what Mr. Crooker owns, all the parcels highlighted in orange here. Is the TV going to come on here, or is it going to show up here? Okay, I just want you all to be able to see it. I can turn it to you a little bit, but I also demonstrated to people in the audience.
I'm looking at it on the camera on TV, so you need to turn it so that, see yourself up there on that, look up there, and when the gentleman just stood in front of you, it blocked the view, so you're just going to make sure that the camera can see
Okay,
what you're doing.
okay, I'm good. Yep.
That's the Angela's.
Yes.
That's the Angela's.
Yes. Perfect. So, Mr. Crooker owns this parcel that runs up along the orange, runs over to here, and runs back here, and it's 1 3/4 acre parcel with this homestead here. His daughter, Angela, Angela Terry is her last name, owns this parcel right here. And then what's known as 5 Methuen Road LLC, also John Charest owns this parcel that is also highlighted in orange. In its most simplest form, and this parcel is also owned by Angela Terry, which is, if you look at the area table, you all will have a plan, but that parcel, 163, contains approximately 1/2 acre. So what they're trying to do is Mr. Charest, who owns the property here at 5 Methuen Road, he accesses off of here, which is off of Campbell. They're looking to adjust his back line to this new green line and this yellow area, which only comprises about 0.04 acres, to be added to his piece. The reason being, there's encroachments along the back There's fences and some improvements to the rear of the line. So they're making his lot conforming. This new building will be 15 feet to the line. So this lot will be conforming to the rear, and the intention is to deed him this back piece. The other adjustment that Mr. Crooker is looking to do is to adjust the line here where the orange has this jog. He's looking to come straight across with this new green line. And this yellow section is going to be added to his daughter's lot. So she's going to have a little bit more frontage and a little bit more side yard. And this area, this long slither of a triangle, will be deeded back as an equal land area. This area equals this area. It's going to be deeded back to this lot and create one straighter line that is just more normal for what they're trying to do. So Angela will retain this piece, Mr. Crooker will retain this piece, and Mr. Charest will retain this piece. So that's what the lot line adjustment is entailing. We've, as part of our, we've done some surveys in this area in the past. So we've had things to build upon. These are very, very old lots and old record deeds and plans dating back quite a ways. Tough to piece together, but we're competent in our work and how we pieced it together. And it's relatively simple in terms of a lot line adjustment. We're making one lot more conforming. We're making one lot more straight and in line. So with that, we'll try to entertain or answer any questions that the board would have, or perhaps members of the public, as we're able, we'll try to answer.
All right, before we,
Mr. Chairman, can I interrupt for a second?
well, before we,
I don't believe the images are getting out to the public on PTV. It may be within your chamber there, but I'm looking at it at home. I'm on the phone with the Zoom, but I'm watching it on TV, and we have the planning board recessed green screen up there with the town logo, and that's it. All that discussion and pointing to the plan didn't come out through the medium to the public.
so Roger, we're being told that that's not true by Mr. Greenwood. Are you watching on a computer, or are you watching on television?
I'm watching it on cable TV while I'm using my phone for Zoom.
Mr. Greenwood, I have two monitors in front of me. I have the one with the green symbol, and I believe this other one is the town TV. Could you help us?
Right there. It's not true. Everybody else has seen the meeting.
Yep. Roger, we're gonna take a quick pause, Roger.
You don't need a pause. Keep going. Don't stop the meeting. Keep the meeting going.
Okay.
TV right here. I can see it on TV. I can see it on YouTube here. I can see it on Facebook here.
And I see it over here on a TV as well.
That's fine. Meeting's fine.
Okay, so,
Roger's mistaken.
Roger, you need to get a new TV. So, Mr. Cody, are you going to ask if we're going to accept this plan for consideration? Because if you're going to ask general questions, I think we need to accept this plan for consideration first.
Sure. I'll make a motion to accept this plan for consideration.
So we have a motion to accept the plan for consideration. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have...
Roger Montler?
All right, so we have a second by Roger Montblow. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Bruce Falapka,
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick,
Yes.
Kevin Cody,
Yes.
Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Roger Montbleu,
Yes.
and Tim Doherty.
Yes. Okay, so now, Mr. Cody, Kevin, would you ask a question you wanted to ask?
What is the relation of Mr. Charest?
A friend and a longtime neighbor. That is true, right? Mr. Charest is just a friend and a longtime neighbor.
Yes. Okay. Because you said it was all family, all the same family.
Okay, right, no, just to him and his daughter is what I was referring to.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry about that, if
That's
I
okay.
misspoke.
Okay,
I have one more question,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair.
Go ahead.
You said on the Charest property, there was a new building going in, or is there?
Nope, there's an existing garage that sits in the back, or a large shed, and I'm just letting you know that that is now 15 feet to the back lot line. So it meets the current zoning where 15 feet is the requirement. Right now, it's encroaching within where the existing line is, it's actually over the line. You see?
Yeah.
So we moved it back so that it's within that 15 feet.
Okay. Anybody else, any other members of the board have any? Jim, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't, what was your name?
Tim?
Tim.
Tim Peliquin.
Tim Paladin, okay, Tim. At the onset of what you started to say, you described the L-shaped portion of land as 2 lots? Is that 2 lots or 1 lot?
No, it's one lot. 1 3/4 acre lot that remains 1.76, it will remain 1.76 after adjustment.
And you also said that the lot 11-162, which the lot line's moving west, brings the structures into conformity with the zoning regulations for setbacks, dimensional setbacks, is that correct?
Yes.
But then, in relation to, well, the next thing you spoke about in relation to the line more to the west was that line would become a straight line. But when you passed over a lot 11-163, it appears from this diagram that its net result will be a loss of area.
That is correct. And if you look at the area table in the middle of the left margin, those are, so off to the left of the plan, the areas before and after are listed there, where the first lot stays the same before and after. Number 4 Andover Street, which is what will be Terry's increased land.
If you could, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, if the applicant could refer to them by lot numbers and not owners' names, because we don't really, it's not really the board's position to use names, but rather lot numbers.
I appreciate, and I apologize for that. You're
Thank
right. You're absolutely right. So lot 11-158 is listed in the table to specify your question, which is known as number 4 Andover Street. Its original area is 3774 square feet, 0.08 acres. Its new area will be 4749, which is 0.11 acres, but specifically, I think you're asking map 30, lot 11-163, which is the third one down, which lists original area of 19,849 square feet, or 0.46 acres. And this new area will be 16,942 square feet, or 0.39 acres. So when in fact, yes, it comes down 0.07 acres as a result of those 2 minor adjustments on that vacant lot.
Mr. Chairman, I'll hold my comments until further discussion. Those are the only 2 questions I had at this time.
Any other members of the board? Questions at this time? All right, I have a question here, or a comment. Lot 163 and Lot 158, are they under the same ownership?
Yes.
And you're proposing to take part of lot 163 away from 163, away from that ownership, and give it to the larger boot-shaped piece of property that's under a different ownership?
Yes,
And you're proposing to take a piece of lot 163 and give that to lot 162, which is also a different ownership?
those are true statements. And then the additional,
Okay, so I just want to stick with lot 163 for a moment. So we have a non-conforming lot, 163, and we're going to take part of that lot and sell it or give it to a different owner. And then on the other side of that non-conforming lot, we're going to give a piece of that side of the lot to another different owner. So we're going to take a non-conforming lot, we're going to shrink it in size on both sides, is what I'm hearing you tell me. And you're proposing to take both sides of that lot and give it to somebody else, and it's already a non-conforming lot. That's pretty much what I'm hearing you say. Is that a true or a statement?
the nonconformity of the lot, I guess I won't speak to in terms of the zoning of that particular lot. However,
Would you
yes.
say that's a conforming lot of 1 acre, 200 feet of frontage on a public road? Because it's non-conforming at the moment, and it looks to me like you're looking to carve the right
Yeah,
side
you're right.
off
It's
and the
one
left
acre-
side
It's
off.
1 acre zoning, so you're absolutely correct. Correct.
So we have a non-conforming lot that you're looking to make more non-conforming on each side of that lot by giving those pieces of land to abutters that are not the same owner.
Fair enough statement.
I just want to
Would
make
be-
sure I'm hearing
well,
that
There's one
clearly.
more thing to add to it. However, lot 30-11-158 becomes more conforming.
I'm not talking about that
Okay.
lot up there, I'm talking about the one non-conforming lot that is being made smaller, that particular lot. You're looking to carve off a piece and give it to an abutter, and then you're looking to carve off a piece on the other side and give it to that abutter. So you're taking this small non-conforming lot and shrinking it down over here and shrinking it down over here and giving it to the abutters.
Yep, very small portions,
Okay.
yes.
And you think that's something that this planning board can do?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you clearly. Mr. Line?
Is it true that there's no structures on Lot 163?
That is correct. There is one existing shed that actually belongs to map 11, lot 159, that depicts that is an encroachment on this parcel, but that's the only structure on this parcel.
And I assume there's no intent to put any structures on that property?
Not at this time. Nope.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Did you just say that the shed in lot 163 belongs to lot 159?
Yes.
Can you just elaborate on that?
They're encroaching on that land. But it's, right now, he's not asking them to move it or do anything else. The survey revealed that there's a shed. It happens all the time where people encroach on other people's land.
Okay. The leach field in lot 163, does that belong to 158? There's a leach bed in the plan here.
On lot 163, did you say?
Yes, sir.
I apologize, I'm just not seeing lot 163 yet.
Does everybody else have it in their plans?
Yep.
It says approximate leach
Yeah.
bed.
Yes.
Yes. Septic system, leach field.
Oh, I do apologize. And I wasn't considering that a structure per se, but you could consider it a structure. That is the leach field as it exists.
It's mandated, it's a
For-
structure.
For which?
Or 158?
For Lot 158, thank you.
So,
I apologize, because I maybe should have answered your question more thoroughly, sir.
my question's more or less, you have the leach bed for 158, why not get rid of that lot line? You're adjusting all these lot lines.
They're asking if they can adjust the lot lines.
True, thank you, Mr. Chair. This might be an irrelevant question, but I can't help it, but why wouldn't you just get rid of that lot line as well?
I'm not following.
You have, okay, so you have a leach bed in one lot
I
that
see,
goes...
why wouldn't you consolidate those two lots? I see what you mean.
Okay, yep, that's probably how I should have said it. right.
Sure. I can't, I'm not sure. They're two separate lots of record, and they haven't been consolidated, that's all I can say. I don't know what the intent is of
Okay.
keeping that. It might be something the owners would consider doing, and maybe it might make more sense from a taxation standpoint, but,
It's not necessarily from a taxation standpoint, but that particular lot, Lot 163, that seems to have all the problems on it, you're asking us to make that lot more non-conforming than it already is. That's the job of the ZBA, to establish non-conforming lots. This is the planning board.
right.
We don't approve non-conforming lots. We don't create non-conforming lots in the planning board. I think you're in front of the wrong board. I believe you need to go in front of the ZBA for a variance to make this lot more non-conforming. You're asking to make a lot that's already non-conforming much smaller by our standards. You're looking to give away part of the lot on each side. I don't even understand why you would be here.
We haven't been advised to go that route, and I know we're not at the advantage of having Mr. Gowan any longer here as part of this meeting, but
This is the planning board, this isn't the planning director.
I do understand that, but it hasn't been advised as such. So, truth be told, I'm a little confused, other than that could say that it's not to be, there's no building permit. If anybody applied for a building permit on that lot, they'd be denied, correct? Yeah. Without a variance.
That is irrelevant to what you're asking this board to do. That's something, if you went in to get a building permit, that's something that the building department would have to decide if they could give you a building permit, or if they would send you to the ZBA. But this is the planning board. We do subdivisions of land, site plan review. You're asking us to do a subdivision of land here, subdivide a piece of your property off, 163, so that you can give it to 162. You're asking on the other side of lot 163 to subdivide a piece of that land off on that side and give it to lot 157, which then makes 163 even more non-conforming. It makes it even smaller and less usable, so it puts it in a worse situation.
I
We would
don't
have
see
to
it as
ask
such,
you,
sir.
if you're going to subdivide a piece of land off, what's left has to be viable to support a septic system to be built on, if you want a plan approved like that, and it already has a septic system on it, but I don't believe it's for a future house there. It looks like it might be for
Correct.
somebody else's, which means it's encroached on by another lot somewhere else, which may be 158. We haven't,
Yes.
we're not exactly sure of that by what we're looking at on the plan here.
So, just to rebut that just a little bit,
Go ahead.
I mean, there's two lots that are becoming more conforming than what they already are. So, no matter what, there's non-conformity going on out here,
Right.
correct?
You're
And-
saying that these lots is going to become more conforming, maybe another one might become more conforming, but we're concerned about the one that is non-conforming, that's becoming more non-conforming.
Which we're not asking for any building permit. It's not a subdivision, it's
No,
a,
you're not asking for building permits, you're asking for us to approve you carving off a piece of land off of an already non-conforming lot.
which, again, if anybody applied for a building permit on that lot, would not be allowed unless they're building a shed or something else within the setbacks of that lot, or if it's merged with the other lot, then they might have.
I don't think that the board has the authority to put a stipulation on a plan that becomes a non-buildable lot. So if we do that, if we made that a non-building lot and you agreed to it, then that becomes a non-building lot, and then you can't go to the ZBA. I don't think that would hold up in court. I think you could still go to the ZBA.
Not what I'm even saying, I'm just, okay, I'm,
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Bergeron.
for the sake of time, and for everyone that's here, could we hear more the testimony and get it out to the public and back, and then close it off and deal with the legal points?
All right, that's probably a good idea. Does any board member have any objections to open it up to the public at this point? Okay, in that case, we're going to open it up to the public. I normally start with people that are on Zoom. Are there any members of the public that wish to discuss this plan that are currently phoned in or on Zoom? I see none on my monitor, but I still want to ask.
They don't get away with that.
Hearing no response, I'm going to open it up to the members of the public that might be in this auditorium. Are there any members of the public in this auditorium that would like to come forward and discuss this plan? For the record, state your name and address.
Janet Bornstein. I live in Londonderry, New Hampshire, but my sister has left me a note to speak on her behalf at 6 Andover Street. You mentioned a shed. That shed is on what she thinks is her property, so that is, we don't know what's happening. Right now, they're not disputing it, and they can keep their shed, and everything's good, but that shed is behind her house, so.
Could we have reference to lot numbers, please? Would you like
I'm
a plan?
sorry.
We can give you a plan?
Yeah, can I see that? Sure. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
It's 11-159, right in front of the shed.
Okay, so that's the owner of the shed.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification, are you speaking for the owner of lot
59,
you're speaking for that owner?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and what is your sister's name? You said that was your sister?
I'm sorry, yes, my sister, Donna Bebo.
Okay. You got that on the record? All right. Okay, thank you.
Just wanted you to know that somebody does think.
Yep. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and discuss this plan with the planning board? Okay, hearing no response. I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the board. Okay, what would the board like to do? Kevin?
I got to make a comment. I don't know, it just really bothers me that they're not joining lot 158 and 163. That would make the most sense to make everything right in this whole, what you talked about, the leach field. I don't know what's going on with the shed, I don't want to talk about that, but I just don't want, why aren't you joining those two lots together?
I was just told that they're willing to do that, so they can join, but it still comes back to exactly his point. It's still a non-conforming lot. It gets bigger based on whatnot, but it's still, unless all these lots are an acre, he's saying we have to go to the zoning board, which I don't agree with, but I've done this for a long time. And you have too.
Jim?
I'd like to help Mr. Cody and Tim
Yes.
to understand the legal quandary this board is in right now. I hope I can do that by saying it as simply as I can. Right now, you have in front of us action taking place on 4 lots. Is that correct?
Yes.
I asked you about the L shape, you said that's one lot, this large lot to the west and to the south, the biggest lot, that's one, and then there are three others. Total of 4 registered lots at the Registry of Deeds, Hillsborough County. That's a given?
Yes.
Okay, everybody's got that? So now, to Mr. Cody's point, and Mr. Doherty's point about the legal side of this that we get caught up in is this. Because of that, and because you're rendering lot number 11-163 less conforming, regardless of what its size is, whether it's a foot
Okay.
or 1,000,000 feet, doesn't matter. It has vested rights. It's an existing lot of record in New Hampshire. It has rights. But what you're doing is, the net effect is a reduction in its lot area. This board, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, can't act on this plan as it is.
Okay.
So I think what these board members are asking you is, is a consideration of what you're doing. Do you want to go in front of the zoning board of adjustment, or do you want to adjust your lot lines in such a way that you don't reduce any registered lot of record in size to less than what it is now? Because if you do that, this board, in my opinion,
Okay.
can't act on it legally.
So as long as it doesn't go, as long as it doesn't have to go to an acre, so I guess one thing, if the board sees this fit, we're honestly trying to clean up the situation, right? And this
Understood.
will further clear it up, to Mr. Cody's point. If lot 158, as part of a condition of approval, if this is what the board chose, lot 158 and lot 163 were merged as one lot, and we're willing to do that. The owner stated that we're willing to do that.
That makes a lot of sense.
The problem that I'm seeing here, though, is that Lot 162 needs part of Lot 163. And because Lot 163 does not have over an acre in which to give them some of the land, then you're creating a lot that's more non-conforming. It's not as simple as just merging those two lots, because you're still less than an acre of land, so that when you go to try to give them some, you're creating a lot that's getting smaller, not getting larger. And it's irrelevant that you're, in my opinion, it's irrelevant that you're making 158 larger, because that's not the problem. The problem is the one that's getting smaller is 163, and it's being proposed to make smaller on both sides. Mr. Lyon?
Yeah, I thought I heard him state, or I think, you need to eliminate 163. That's the solution, and you divvy it up however you want into
Right.
the existing lots.
Right, but they're
And
still
I'm
looking
sure
to...
that would be accepted, because you're not going to have anything there to worry about. It'll be off the tax rolls and everything.
If it was as simple as merging 158 and 163 together, and you weren't looking to carve part of that lot off and give it to 162, then that's something that, you know, you're creating a larger lot by merging two smaller ones, but they're looking to carve part of that off. And I still feel that that's something that the ZBA needs to be a part of. The zoning board of adjustment is who create, when we get lots in front of us, over there, at the end of Shepherd Circle, I think it was Shepherd Circle or Drive, and they created non-conforming lots, and then they came in front of the planning board for approval, and we had something to work with, but we can't create non-conforming lots at the planning board level. That's not our duty, that's the duty of the zoning board. It's the zoning board of adjustment. They can adjust things like that if they choose to.
So,
Mr. Bergeron, you're on the ZBA. Could you
Yeah.
put the ZBA hat on for a moment?
just for a moment,
Good point.
because we're on the planning board, we can make, and this plan is, we can be more objective, I guess would be the word, but not on the Board of Adjustment. They can't be. They have to look at what you come in with. I think what we're hearing from Mr. Lyon, Mr. Cody, and Mr. Doherty, and me, a point of law, is that even though that seems like the solution, the board that can only handle that technicality because they're non-conforming, and you are creating new lots, even though they're getting better, they're still non-conforming. Does the ZBA go along with that? So there's a legal quandary here for me, and I see Mr. Line wants to say something about that.
Yeah, and I have no problem with these adjustments on these lot lines if the ZBA were to allow it through the ZBA first. Mr. Lang, go ahead.
I don't see, if they eliminate 163, eliminate it. You don't need a ZBA to do that, and then you divvy up the land between those other 3 parcels. You go from 4 parcels to 3. You don't need to go to ZBA. That solves all the problems. It does a lot lines, and then the concern you have about leaving some little slot of land there gets gone, because they just move all, they increase the amount of land they're going to take from 163, so it's non-existent when they get done.
If you combine those 2 lots together, they're still a non-conforming lot. So now you're taking just a little larger non-conforming lot, if it were 1 lot, and you're still looking to carve it up and take part of it off and give it to one of the abutters, which makes it more non-conforming. So it's irrelevant whether it's combined or part of the subdivision of land, it's still making it more non-conforming.
How can you make it more conforming, non-conforming, because you're adding land to it, not taking away?
Mr. Chairman, can I help? Great. Can I perhaps answer that from the ZBA side? Mr. Line, the net result still is going to be the creation of a new lot that's non-conforming. This board has no, wait a minute, this board...
What's the new lot? There's not going to be a new lot.
New lot is going to be, if the applicant did in fact take out that east-west short line and combine...
This is going to become the new lot.
Combine 158 and 163,
So it's an existing lot number.
not listening.
So you're not adding a lot.
Mr. Belapka?
No, but the point is, as the chair says, this board has no authority to create nonconformities. We are going to be making new lots. We need the blessing, I believe, of the ZBA. I don't know, we can get a legal on that, but we're creating a nonconformity. Even though it's a better nonconformity, it still is in reality a nonconformity.
That doesn't make sense.
All right. Mr. Belapka?
Does this board have a right to do away with a lot? I don't think we do. Basically, we'd be doing away with a lot, and I don't think
A
we have.
voluntary merger of lots can be done by an applicant, but this is not just a voluntary merger of lots if they wanted to merge that.
Two lots.
If they merge those 2 lots together, then they would come in front of us with a still non-conforming lot that's smaller than an acre, and saying we want to carve part of that off and give it to an abutter.
So it would have to go before the Board of
So
Adjustment.
it needs to go, it's as simple as just going in front of the ZBA and getting the proper approval so that the planning board has something to work with.
I would recommend that the board would even suggest to the Board of Adjustment that it's a better situation when it's all said and done, if the applicant's willing to remove that east-west lot line. If not, I'd be right now wanting to say, not to accept it.
So, let me ask you a question.
Mr. Lang, Hal, go ahead.
Hypothetical. Let's supposing that lot doesn't exist, and they come in with 3 lots and say, we want to adjust the lines, because I want to give this over here, so, could you do that?
At the end of the day, if the lots are non-conforming, we can't. This
But
board can't.
If they start out non-conforming,
But it's a creation of a new nonconformity. I don't think this board has authority to do that. If legal came back and said that they did, and gave examples of where that was precedent, I'd have a different opinion. But I've sat on the Board of Adjustment longer than I've ever sat on a planning board, and we can't touch, this planning board can't touch anything non-conforming. That's just been, why are there 2 boards?
We don't create non-conforming lots.
you're not creating a lot. You've got existing lots, they're going to stay existing lots. But, I don't know. Okay.
Well, right, Mr. Line, if the east-west line doesn't disappear, Lot 11163 has vested rights, vested in common law. He has the right to put a house on that lot. But he's, right now, and that's the reason why, let's get to the hard facts. Now, that lot's becoming less conforming. That's not good.
if it becomes so less conforming, it doesn't exist because the guy is willing to do that, why are we just?
But it still doesn't take that encumbrance away from this board legally.
Okay, I don't understand it, but go ahead.
All right, so we're going in circles here.
If I can just speak, I guess, so I appreciate the banter, and I side with this side of the room. Of course. But that's, I know, because it honestly makes sense. We have 4 lots, we're going to make 3. We had a good concession. I don't know.
No, you started off, excuse me, you started off 4 lots making 4, one less
Right,
conforming.
now we're talking about doing 3, because
We're only in discussion about what could be done.
we're going to make we're willing to do a voluntary merger as part of any condition of approval. So that's where I'm going with the 3. But my question is, what if we took the nonconformity off of the easterly line where Lot 162 is encroaching along upon that backland? We just say whatever, and we only ask for 1 lot line adjustment on the westerlymost line where it's an equal land transfer. You're saying that that would be okay?
You gotta run that one by me again.
Okay. Say it again. So the westerly line, I'll point to it on the plan, or I'll try to here.
Just tell me the lot you're talking about first, there's 2 westerly lines right now.
Okay, between lots 163 and 157. That dashed line that runs between, there's a triangle in the front, there's a triangle in the back. They're equal land areas of .02 acres. 975 square feet each. That lot line adjustment, according to what everything's been said, would be heard tonight, and we can simply take off the easterly line and let that encroachment exist. You're saying that that would be okay?
And not merge?
Nope, forget about the merger. It's not a betterment to anybody, but that's what you're saying we could do to this, with this board.
So remove the far east line, Mr. Chairman, from lot 162, and the applicant is asking if that equal land swap, that's probably something that I think that this board could do, in my opinion, because you haven't changed anything, you just adjusted a lot line. That we can do with legal lots, and I'm most likely, Mr. Lyon would agree, we can do that with these lots, but to reduce that,
If Lot 163 and Lot 158 were the same lot, but they're not. They're under the same ownership, but they're not the same lot.
you're right again.
It's not the same piece of property. If that were one piece of property, if there were a voluntary land merger
Yeah.
between those 2 lots, and that were a lot, and then the applicant came back and did that lot line adjustment, then because you're not creating a less non-conforming lot after that because it was 1 lot, I would agree with you, Mr. Bergeron, but it's not 1 lot.
No, I see my error, Mr. Chairman. Lot 1's, because they're separately adjusted and held in Hillsborough County as separate entities, you are correct, I'm sorry.
Help educate me, because I'm not seeing that. It's a lot line adjustment between 2 neighbors. Equal land area.
It's
It's
not,
3. Even though they're under the same ownership, they're not the same lot. They're not a lot. It was never merged. Lot 158 and Lot 163 are not in the same deed, unless they are. Are you telling us they're in the same deed? There's an existing foundation on 158. It doesn't appear to be a house, it appears to be a foundation. And then 163, is that under the same deed? Is that one piece of property that just happens to have 2 lot numbers?
no, it can't be.
I don't specifically know the answer. However,
I have seen on very, very large parcels of land, I happen to own one that has 2 different tax maps because
2 different tracks. And
it's hundreds of acres of land, so it falls under 2 different tax parcels. but it's in one deed. This does not appear to be that. This appears to be two separate parcels of land, two separate deeds.
So we could again ask, coming back to fill in the blanks here, we could ask for a lot line adjustment between lots 157 and 163 with equal land areas, with the condition that lots 158 and 163 be merged. Then later on, come back to the zoning board of adjustment to adjust the line between lots 163 and 162 with a variance to allow the betterment of lot 162 and its encroachments.
And then you've got to come back in front of this board again to get that lot line adjustment.
Right.
Because we do the lot line adjustments if they grant the variance. So
It's a lot of
why would you just
time
not?
and money.
Why would you just not go there and get that done and come back and give us something to work with so that we know we're covering the legalities of it? We're throwing you something that we're suggesting that you go to the ZBA. I mean, we can vote on this plan. If somebody wants to make a motion to vote to accept, to approve this plan, you can see where that will go, and if it passes the way it is. If it doesn't, then you're in front of the ZBA, because you're gonna have to appeal us to the ZBA, or you're gonna have to go there and start over. I'm not sure where you wanna go. We can't really tell you where to go, how to do this, but I know if you go to the front of the ZBA, you're gonna come back in front of us again. Normally, we see these cases go to the ZBA, get the variances that they need, and then come to the planning board with variances in hand so that we can work with it.
I've been to CBA many, many, many times, not so much, a few times to this town, but my question is still this. It comes back to Mr. Lynn's point, which is, I feel you have 3 non-conforming lots of the 4. You're taking 4 lots, you're making 3, all more conforming. Why does that have to go to the zoning board of adjustment?
Because you're still creating a lot that's not conforming to the town zoning ordinance.
Right now, you do not have one lot there in the middle, you have 2. And the one that does not have a building on it, it has, well, other than the shed and the structure of the leaching field, that particular lot is a non-conforming lot. Like Mr. Bergeron says, it has vested rights. Right now, what you're asking us to do is make that more non-conforming. If this plan were to be approved, then that plan, right now, I don't know if that's an approved plan or not. I don't know if that's a lot of record that's been approved by a prior planning board, or if that's a lot that predates zoning.
I would say that predates zoning.
Okay, so,
I could say that with confidence.
so it could just be a lot where other pieces around it were sold off, and whatever was left, that became a lot.
That's
Or
correct.
it could have been a lot that was approved by the selectmen predating zoning, that was an actual development that was created, and has vested, definitely would have vested rights then.
Early 1900s.
But you're asking us to change that. And if we approve this plan, then that becomes an approved lot. It's on a plan. If the whole plan gets approved by the planning board, that is an approved lot. Because that's the lot that you're looking to make all the changes to. So we would be approving that lot.
But we've conceded to merge those 2 lots to make 1 lot. I know we're going to go around in circles, but I'm just not following the
We're going in
logic.
circles, yeah. Okay. What does the board want to do? Do we want to vote on this plan, or do we want to?
I wouldn't want to give the plan a negative by voting to reject it. I would think that if the board feels that they're going to go in that direction, it'd be better for the applicant to withdraw, make that change, get the ZBA. And I'm going to hold with my position that we do not have the ability to create non-conforming lots. Even if they're better than they were, they're still non-conforming. We can't do that.
I agree.
And that's where, Mr. Chairman, you made it clear. And
I also don't want to advise an applicant.
well, this board can be a little bit more objective, I think, than the ZBA. The ZBA has to hold hard and true, but I'm putting that hat off for a minute and saying that that's what I would do if I was,
I think you're seeing that the planning board doesn't have the problem with the lot line adjustments. We have the problem with how it's being presented, that we don't feel we have the tools to work with without the ZBA granting variance first.
I do understand your points. I also, I do and I don't, right? So it's time and money that you're asking us to do.
Mr. Chairman, can I say one more thing to try to help the applicant? If we I don't know if we can do this.
Mr. Bergeron, how long is the pool and the structure, the fence, all that, how many months or weeks has that stuff been encroaching on Lot 163, and the shed been encroaching on
I
Lot?
believe a long time.
How much?
A period of years and years.
So you're saying that this is going to be costing you time and money, so right now, years have gone by, and
There's
you're worried
an
about a
expense to go to
month.
the zoning board of adjustment, there's time,
Yeah.
there's money, and then back to here. So yes, there's time and money. That's my point.
Okay. I'm
However-
just comparing it with history of how long this has been happening.
Yep.
Okay.
My request, Mr. Chairman, if you see fit, is before anything's withdrawn, we know we have to go to the ZBA, if you would be so kind to
Just
pull
date
your board.
Yeah, date specify out a few meetings, do you want? So you want to date specify out a few meetings so that you can go in front of the ZBA and come back and still have this? You've already notified the abutters, just,
Yep, I'd appreciate, but if you don't mind just pulling your board to just make sure that's exactly the way you're telling us we have to go on this. Or do we ask for legal advice, whether what you're saying, sir, is entirely, and you, sir, is entirely correct? Or if there's case that, and there very well has been hundreds of cases throughout the state that have been heard something like this. And I don't know what those, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't exactly know.
nor are we. Okay, what does the board want to do? Anybody have any suggestions?
If I were a voting member, I would reject it.
If you were voting tonight, you would reject this plan.
As it's presented, we would have to, because you can't redraw this plan for us in a few seconds and say, well, we'll do this, this, and that. I think that your best case scenario is to
But we don't have to vote on this plan. If the applicant wants to date specify out,
well,
then,
that's where I was going before, and you cut me off, is if they date specify out, there's no cost to you there. This
Right.
board's already in session.
Yes, thank you.
They clear it up legally, you're done.
I agree with that.
you come back and we can have something to work with. And you've already notified the abutters, you're already in, you have a case number, we could date specify out until after the next ZBA meeting,
Okay.
if you can get on that, but we would,
I do understand that and are amicable to that, but the only thing I'm asking is, before we go to the ZBA, is this, or maybe we have, or I'm not going to ask him to hire an attorney, but can your attorney potentially review this and tell us, make sure
I don't-
that that's the right protocol?
if this board wanted to vote on that, but somebody would have to make a motion, second, vote on it, and get our attorney involved, and
It's
I
a-
don't,
it's just
I don't feel
legal
a need for
opinion.
that. I don't know if any other board members do or not.
I don't think that's necessary.
I don't hear anybody speaking up and asking for a motion for that,
Then
sir.
what we'll do is, we'll withdraw. I may ask attorney friend his advice as to what is kind of going on my client's behalf, and just see if there's case law, and if there is, maybe I represent something back to you guys at the next scheduled meeting, and if it's rejected again, then we'll figure it out.
I don't know when the
Figure
ZBA
it out.
meets next, Mr. Bergeron.
Next Monday, right?
It's 2 weeks out.
So you might be able to get on the next ZBA meeting, I'm not sure.
Okay.
So we can
Did I
date
hear some
specify you
dates?
out beyond that. Do we know what we have for,
Our next is May
not our next
3rd.
meeting, it would have to be at least 2 meetings out.
All right, so either 5, well,
There's a 30-day appeal period, too, for the ZBA, so you gotta keep that in mind.
Well,
so June 7th.
that's to build, yeah.
You got May 15th or June 7th.
So May 15th
June
with your
20.
board or with the zoning board?
This would be for planning.
Okay, so your board planning, right, we'd have to be June, I'm sure,
So it'd have
right?
to be later,
Because-
right?
If the
On June
ZBA 's
7th?
meeting- If the ZBA is meeting in like 2 weeks, what do we have that would be 4 weeks from now? So right now, we're at April 19th, that would be
Yeah,
May,
so when-
middle of May.
Can we get on the Board of Adjustments agenda?
We don't know that, but if he date specifies here and he can't make the next ZBA meeting, then he'll have to let us know that he couldn't
And
get on
ask for a
that.
file for
And- right,
continuance.
Just he'll date specify again to the next meeting.
So I'm asking for the first meeting of June,
So there'll
if
be
possible,
June 7th?
with the idea of trying to ambitiously get in towards the end of May. In that 30-day appeal, it is what it is. We can still
Yeah,
come
right.
to you, it can get conditionally approved or
Right,
whatever,
but if you
hopefully.
get variance and you come in here, we can still work the plan because
Yes.
you have the variance.
Yes.
And then if you lose the variance on an appeal, then it's irrelevant to us because
Right.
as long as you get the variance,
It would be
we
subject
have something to
to.
work with. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so I guess we'll be date specified. We'll see you June 7th then.
Sorry for the long dissertation / argument, but it is what it is.
It's not an argument, it's points of law that the board has to adhere to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have another new business, so we would need to have the abutters list ready on this one. It's going to be case number PL 2021-00007. And it's Barbara Boucher of 55 Gibson Road. It's a site plan review for a general home occupation to operate a pet service company in a residential zone. She got a special exception granted, must be from the ZBA on 3/8 of 2021, so it looks like March 8th. And that case number at the ZBA was ZO 2021-00008. And for the record, could you state your name and address?
My name is Barbara Boucher, 55 Gibson Road. This is my daughter Nicole, who's going to speak for me because she's really the one who's running the business. She lives with me.
Could you repeat not the part about running the business with you, but what did you say just before that? This is your daughter?
Yes,
And what is your daughter's name?
Nicole.
Cole?
Nicole.
Okay, Nicole, all right. All right, so are you both presenting this to us tonight, or?
Well, she's going to do most of the talking.
Okay. Would you like to start, Nicole?
Mr. Chair, would you like me to read the abutter's name?
Yeah, why don't you read the abutters, get that over with, thank you.
Okay. Linda Steck, David Steck, 131 Jeremy Hill Road, Pelham. Paul Steck, 146 Jeremy Hill Road, Pelham. Kenneth Boucher, 45 Gibson Road, Hudson, New Hampshire. Mary C. Boucher, 47 Gibson Road, Hudson, New Hampshire. American Towers Corp., P.O. Box 723597, Atlanta, Georgia. Public Service Company of New Hampshire, DBA Eversource Tax Department, P.O. Box 270. Walter Remmels and Helen Remus, 50 Gibson Road, Hudson, New Hampshire. Albert Lynch, 5 Lawrence Corner Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. And Barbara Boucher, 55 Gibson Road, Hudson, New Hampshire.
We live in Pelham. Our mailing address is Hudson.
Could you speak just a little louder?
Our mailing address is Hudson, but we live in Pelham because Gibson Road starts in Hudson and only the last 4 houses are in Hudson. sorry,
Okay.
Pelham.
Yeah, I was hearing a lot of Hudson addresses, and then I think I heard this, is
Yeah.
it Steck? So that's, you live up by the big farm on Jeremy Hill then?
No, we live across the valley.
Okay,
We don't live anywhere near them.
okay. Were they on the abutter list?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We have a lot of land.
Mr. Chairman, I have to make a disclosure. I believe, I don't know, I know I sat on this case at the zoning board of adjustment. It was, come in for a special exception, right? I think that's what it was called.
Yeah.
And so I just want this board to know, if they want me to step down, I will. But we heard the request for the business as a special exception, and it easily made it through the Board of Adjustment, just to give you some history. So, but I did sit on that case, and I did vote in the affirmative. So if the board feels that my decision may be tainted in any way, I can step down, it's up to you. I'll take a vote of confidence or lack thereof from the board. I know it's my decision, but
I think it means you already know about the case, which is a good thing, because that means one of us does. Could you tell us a little bit about what you're looking to do?
About 2 years ago, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure
If you could speak at that mic.
I'm just trying to make sure my ringer's off before I start, so that doesn't come up. So about 2 years ago, I started Peace of Mind Pet Care, which at the time was primarily dog walking and pet sitting. And when the pandemic hit, I had to pivot and look at alternate ways of bringing in income, because people were working from home, they weren't going on vacations, so they didn't have any need for pet sitting or dog walking, or they did, but it slowly diminished. And so I started grooming. Just to give a little background information, I worked in the tech industry from my mid-20s until my late 30s, and then prior to that, I went to Alvern High School and took their vet tech program and learned how to groom, and also worked at Hudson Animal Hospital and boarding and grooming facility where she bred dogs also. Do you remember the Pharaoh Hound? I worked for a Pharaoh Hound breeder here in Hudson. From the time I was 12 all through my college years, I worked with animals at vets and doing boarding and grooming. So I have that training and background. So that's why I decided to take a very small corner of our unfinished basement and set up a grooming table and have a small standing elevated tub installed to bring in some grooming clients. And on average per week, looking at the whole year, I'd say on average we probably see 1 to 2 dogs a week. There are some weeks where it is busier, but it ebbs and flows. And I also still do a lot of dog walking and pet sitting. And then some of the grooming takes place outside of my home. So I do a lot of nail care I have a big population of my clientele is elderly. So either they don't want to drive, or they don't want to have to struggle getting the dog in the car, or their dog's old. So it reduces the stress there. And I also do grooming in their homes with foaming bath, I can't think of the word, and spray bath in a bottle, which actually does a fantastic job sometimes. I think it does better than the shampoo in the tub. And it also reduces the stress on the animal. So I have a lot of those calls. Actually, the rest of this week is all going to clients' houses for nail trimming and in-house grooming. And as we're starting to near as people are becoming more comfortable, as they are getting their vaccinations, I am picking up again with the pet sitting and dog walking. I have 3 potential new dog walking clients and had probably about 15 nail service calls in the past week and a half. So I don't intend to, well, I don't see the business solely becoming a grooming business. And at one point, we were attempting to do boarding of 1 dog at a time. That's one thing about my business. I only take 1 client's dogs at a time. There's never any overlap. There's at least a 15-minute period between 1 client's dogs and the next, so that I can clean up and get everything disinfected, and so that there's no overlapping and possibility of dogs getting in fights.
But we're not going to do boarding.
But we, yes, thank you for bringing me back. We decided not to do boarding because it became much more than we could handle. And I worked at a boarding facility in my late teens, and I know from history what a burden that can become, and I don't want to grow the business in that direction. I have a disability, and my mom's, sorry, getting older, and putting that burden on her, if I were to have a really bad day, is just not fair. Whereas right now, if I have a bad day, I can just call my client and reschedule. When somebody has a trip planned, you can't really do that. It's like, where are you going to tell them to go? I'd end up paying for the boarding facility, which I don't want to get into that, so. About where we are located, so we are at the very end of Gibson Road. You come to the end, and it's kind of like a cul-de-sac. There's a dirt road that goes down towards Valley Hill, where the old apple orchards used to be. Then there's another road to the right that goes to T-Mobile Tower, and then our driveway is, what, about 200 to 300 yards long? Did you label it? No, I know, but to tell them which page to go to? What's this?
Put it in the screen.
Yeah, there's
Here?
a camera there, you could put it,
Put it down.
Can you see it? I don't know if that's working. Oh, that's zooming in.
could you point at your piece of property on that drawing? You might have to move it so we can see it.
So we are, so this is Gibson, no, sorry. Gibson Road is coming up from the bottom. This is what goes down to Valley Hill, and our driveway comes here into here, and the house is about here. We have a garage that's just over here.
Do you know approximately how many acres your lot is?
40 total. The power lines run, I believe, over here, and after that is, oh no, that's,
No,
oh, that cut it off. This is just a piece of the Pelham lot. Do you have that better map that oops, sorry. There's a whole bunch more that goes out into the back.
Power line, see where it says
PSNH,
PSNH?
okay.
And
Okay.
that's American Towers.
That's why it has to do this part. So past PSNH, we have a lot more land here. But it's approximately 40 acres. The Remuses are our major abutter, then The other main abutters on Gibson Road are my sister Mary Boucher and then my father Ken Boucher, and they've been all for it. They have had no concerns about it. Actually gives us something to talk about. They're always interested to see what kind of dogs are coming over. Sometimes I'm afraid my dad's gonna steal one of my clients' dogs. And then we have the
Turn that around.
So what would be the, your hours of operation?
I work 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. I go 7 days a week. I think I heard something that we're not supposed to work Sunday. Is that accurate? No?
Was that part of the special permit?
No, it was something I heard in one of the other conversations that was going ahead of us that day that we had the special exception. With that big,
I don't think it's
on Dutton Road.
a noise issue.
Oh, yeah, that was a noise issue.
Your letter states it's 10:30 to 5, so it's actually 10 to 4, you said?
I revised it 10 to 4, because sometimes I can go a little bit, I mean, technically, I'm not gonna take a client at 5. It says to 5 because sometimes I can go to 5. Really, the last client I'll take is 3:30.
So comfortably 10 to 5 would be, if you took one at 3:30, they'd be out by 5, so.
Yeah, yeah.
So 10 to 5 would be roughly your hours of operation, okay? Would you be doing any kind of additional lighting or anything for the business?
No, we haven't had anything.
Modifications to the home that would be
just-
noticeable from the outside?
Not from the, well, there's a sign, but that's all the way into our driveway. It's an A-frame sign, but that's it.
Mr. Chair, do you need a motion to accept this plan for consideration?
It's not necessarily a plan. I mean, we accept, we'll accept it for consideration. It is a site plan review,
Site plan
so,
review.
yeah, we'll do that.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Jim Bergeron, second.
Jim Bergeron, second. Mr. Cody, you made the motion. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Cindy Kirkpatrick?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes,
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes, that's a 7-0-0 vote. I see here that the septic system was checked to see if it could handle the load, and we have a letter stating that it can. Do any other members have questions for this young lady?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand, this is Roger.
Okay, Roger, go ahead.
I understood that, sometimes she works 7 days a week. I would say that, I don't think, judging from her location and it's, it's not interfering with any neighbors or anything, that, allowing it if she chooses to be open on Sunday, I think the board should not restrict her.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree with that, Mr. Chairman, also.
yeah, I do too. Is there it says American Towers, do you have a cell phone tower right next to your house? Yeah.
That big microwave tower?
Yeah, doesn't look like you'll be
It
bothering.
was a microwave tower in the old days, now T-Mobile's on there,
Oh, okay.
but owned by American Towers.
And some crazy teenagers think it's a jungle gym.
Yeah. All right, any other questions or concerns from members of the board? Oh, Mr. Colvett. Patty, go ahead, Patty.
What kind of chemicals will you be using?
It's just dog shampoo, conditioner, deodorant spray, And
It's not harmful dog shampoo, right?
no, the only chemical that I have is Styptic, which stops the bleeding when you cut the cuticle of the nail too far. It's the same thing that you'd use on your face if you cut your face shaving.
Patty, do you shave?
No. That's because I cut myself. So there's no, to follow up, there's no chemical use or anything on grounds?
No flea dips or anything like that, no. I've done research on it, and they are pretty intense, so if it's something I'm not comfortable, if it says for me to wear gloves, I don't use it.
Okay.
Good practice. Other members of the board, questions or concerns? If not, make a,
You open it to the public?
yeah, there's nobody on Zoom, there's nobody here, but yeah, we're hoping this to the public could catch, yeah. Is anybody on Zoom that would like to talk about this case? Hearing no response, so I'm going to open it up to the auditorium here. Would anybody over there like to speak on this case? No, there's nobody here, so I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the board. Cindy, thank you for that.
Mr. Chair,
So, yes,
if there is no other questions from the board, can I just make a motion to accept
to approve the site plan
approve
review?
the site plan review? Yes.
Yeah, we don't have any conditions that we've added, so. Daniel making a motion to approve the site plan review. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Cindy, is that you that made the second? I
Yes,
wasn't-
that's me.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. And Danielle, would you read the roll?
Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes.
Tim Bergeron?
Yes.
It's a 7-0-0 vote. Your site plan review has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good luck with that business.
Good luck.
Yep.
Just bring your dogs over.
I will.
Yes, spread the word.
Okay.
Be careful what you wish for.
Okay, so that takes care of the new business. We have some discussions here. Discussion regarding changes to the land use regulations. I have in front of me a copy of the land use regulations. I guess it has Geo Insight recommended edits for the MS4 permit. Some stuff here in red. I didn't get a copy of this prior to the meeting, so I haven't had a chance to look this over, but looks like Mr. Gowan's been busy here. He said he was going to try to do some work on this before he left us, and it looks like he's been very busy at it.
Could we take it and look at it
Yeah,
next meeting?
yeah, we're definitely going to want to, if everybody
agree,
could
yeah.
have time to check this out, look this over.
Yeah.
And
Try to-
hopefully, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gowan will have some time between now and his severance that he comes in and presents this for us, what the deletions he made to conservation subdivision.
Yeah, I mean, that was, that starts on page 54. I just happened to flip to that as you were mentioning it. So, yeah, that's something that we need to do because we have that back on the books, and it's very different from what we used to have. So we do need to amend that so that they're workable. And they don't have to be perfect right up front because they are land use regulations and we can waive them. So then we can amend them again, but we do need to get them, you know, we need to approve them so that we have them on the books for moving forward. in case somebody does come in front of us with a conservation subdivision. So if everybody could read through this and look to make some changes of your own, if you find anything that you think needs to be changed, maybe at the next meeting, we can discuss that as well. I thank Mr. Gowan for getting to work on that. We also have a discussion of establishment of a planning board subcommittee to focus on workforce housing ordinance development potentially for December, January public meetings for the next March ballot. Has anybody given any thought as to whether or not they would like to be part of a subcommittee on that, or?
I'm
Kevin?
here for that.
Yeah, I'd be part of it.
Kevin and Danielle,
I would.
Cindy? Okay, yeah, so I think Kevin, Danielle, and Cindy, you've all actually been looking into other towns already.
Yes.
When I've written some zoning in the past, basically, if you could try to look at some of what other towns have and think of, you living here in Pelham, and how, if we put something like that into Pelham, what are the good parts of other towns' ordinances? Sometimes we have to steal from 3 or 4 different towns and make it our own here in Pelham. Steal's a strong word, borrow the good parts.
Plagiarize.
What I've done too in the past is called some of these towns and talked to, not the planning board, but the planning directors, if they're willing to talk, and most of them are. Just point blank, ask them a question: if you find a good ordinance, what would they do if they had the ability to change their ordinance? What change would they make if they didn't have to go to the voters to make the change? If you could just ink in a change to make your ordinance better for your town, what would that be? And I found that when I originally was working on the conservation subdivision years ago, that helped me out a lot, because it got you to a point where you said, wow, that's something I didn't think of, and they're dealing with it already. So they're thinking, next year, if we could put this on the ballot, and sometimes it doesn't pass. So, what did you put on there that was, I guess, bad or non-beneficial to your town? And they'll usually tell you right up front, this is something that's not working for us. And then that way we don't have to be the guinea pig they already were.
I'll tell you this, that, I got 2 recommendations from Attorney Radigan, and I started reading both of those. And then it morphed to going, and I did some online research, and I started highlighting stuff. I was like, oh, that's good. Oh, that might be good. And then I was like, all right, I should be good. And then I was like, I should be looking at a couple more towns. And the more towns I look at, I'm like, oh, wait a second. I didn't think about that. And then it's like, oh, wait a second. So,
Yeah.
there's a lot of information out there already. So,
Yeah.
kind of picking things apart, and it's more or less seeing if it fits the direction of the town. So,
Yeah, I mean, we can get something on the books that'll cover us, because we do have to meet the state requirements. And that's something that we can do. We'll definitely get something together for the next ballot, but we also want to be able to be working on it now. So we know right now we have a minimum of 3 people that are working on it. As far as getting the subcommittee together, sitting down, and everybody sharing notes, it's probably still just a little bit premature for that. But it'd be nice to know how many towns have currently it in their zoning. There's a lot of towns in New Hampshire, but I bet you the majority of them don't have it right now. And the ones that do, it'd be nice to know if it's working for them or not, or if they're wishing they had done it differently. And I, as chair, really appreciate the fact that, you members are actually looking into this on your own time. I know you're not being paid for it, but it's going to help the town in the long run, a lot. It's going to help you, it's going to help your children, and it's helping out the board. Any other members have any put on ourselves? Cindy? Roger, are you still with us?
Yes, yep.
Yep. Have, you, I know you were working on the charrette last year. Have you followed up on trying to see if, what towns have ordinances as well, Roger? Or?
I haven't followed up to see who had ordinances, but I did go to look at a project over by the seacoast, and I'm sure that town must have some type of ordinance that would allow it, because there were 78 units in 3 buildings that were fairly close together, and they're all high energy, high efficiency, high.
Do you remember the town, Roger? Was that Northampton? Was that Northampton, Roger?
I'm sorry.
Do you remember if that was Northampton?
Northampton, yeah. Is Jeff can tell you if he's there. Jeff?
It was either that or Hampton Falls.
Yeah, Jeff's not.
Yeah.
Hampton Falls.
Hampton Falls.
I think it was Hampton Falls.
Yeah.
I can get the directions to go back there, but it was an interesting project. It was very, it was so, the buildings were so airtight that they had to have an air movement system that would change the air in every unit throughout the whole building every hour. To heat one of the units was incredibly cheap because of all the high efficiency things that they did with insulation and lighting and all this different stuff. Even the septic systems were extremely unique. I didn't follow after that, because when I came back, there didn't seem to be much of an interest to do anything with, going further with, affordable housing or workforce housing. But it was an impressive project, and if the town would, if the planning board members would like to take a look at it, I think I still have pictures in my phone that I could, probably get printed out and show everybody. But I would believe that town would have something already written in order to accommodate what they put there.
Yeah, that particular development, Roger, I think is too tall to be even built in Pelham because we don't have a ladder truck.
No, I agree.
But the ordinance itself is something that we can use the language from. Yeah.
But they must have an ordinance, let's not consider the height, let's just consider, what does it take to get one there?
Right.
What is it that they require? And that might be helpful for people to look at.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Roger.
Mr. Chair.
All right.
Go ahead, Danielle.
Mr. Chair, this is Mike. Could I weigh in on this?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit about the subcommittee and the timing of it. We're already 3 weeks into April, and we both know what happens once you get into the end of the year, especially into December when you're starting to look at 2 public meetings and whatever you do has to go to legal and then to the selectmen. I think maybe you might want to consider by the end of May to maybe have a subcommittee set up at that point and then have it start to put it together. Because we both know as well as if COVID opens up and people are free this summer, people aren't going to want to sit down at a desk and work on zoning.
Right.
So you might want to think about maybe the end of next month, Tim, putting the subcommittee together.
Okay, yeah.
I would,
agree.
I'll be glad to be on it. I'd like to work on this.
All right, what we could do then is, look into where we would have meetings. We have several options. Usually, there's a conference room in the police station. Is there one down here still available from time to time?
Yep.
Would you have the ability to find out when those might be available for use? Would you be willing to see if any of them are available towards either the end of April or the beginning of May, so that we can get a few people together to start sharing ideas?
You got it.
So at the next meeting, if you think you could find that out, when the room would be available, what room it would be, and then we'll go from there. We'll try to book it, and then we'll see who's available to get there. And if anybody has any ordinances that they can pull off of websites from other towns at that point, then we can start pulling them apart and taking the good parts out of them. You know?
Sounds good.
Yep. Mike, thanks for pointing that out. Kevin's going to look into finding out what's available to book for the first official meeting of that subcommittee.
Now, are you going to offer, Mr. Chair, are you going to offer that out to see if anyone in the public or other boards want, like, someone from conservation or someone else wants to get involved as a public member to this, or you're not going to do that?
Yeah, I've actually talked to a few people already from other boards.
Okay.
Conservation Commission, Forestry. So there are some other people that are out there. I'm not sure if they're anywhere near as ambitious as Cindy and Danielle and Mr. Cody. Kevin has really been looking into this, as well as Danielle and Cindy. They've all been doing some serious homework on it, so the people that I've talked to that have been expressing interest have not shown me that they've actually been looking into it at all. So I don't know if we want to bog it down with people that are just going to show up and try to drag the process out.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to ask.
Yep. How does anybody else feel about that? You know, the more people, sometimes the slower it goes. This is something that if we keep it streamlined and then we can bring it to the board easier, we can act on it as a board on the whole. Because a lot of times, I think it says when you get a lot of people involved, it just doesn't seem to go anywhere near as quickly. All right, so we have that discussion. We've already gone into non-public. Does anybody have anything else they want to discuss?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thomas?
I'd like to give an update on the master plan.
Yeah, that would be great, Sam, if you could do that, because you have an evaluation.
Well, actually, there's 4 points that I'd like to address with the board tonight relative to the master plan. The 4 points are: 1, review the results; 2, request of the planning board to put on the agenda for a vote on which company or consulting firm that we're going to select.
Sam, could you talk up just a little louder?
I'm sorry. There's 4 points that I'd like to discuss with the board tonight. The first one is a review of the results. There's strictly results at this time. There's no conclusions. It's to give the board the opportunity to look at the results that this board analyzed relative to the 3 firms that we brought in.
Yep.
2, request for a future meeting, but not too far out, for a vote by the planning board as to which firm we're going to select. 3, the formation of a committee. I want to start canvassing, and I do need some assistance and direction on where we're going to get the other members of the board. I have already done some, and I have about 4 or 5 people that have expressed interest. And the last thing is obviously the planning board And this board, committee, master plan committee, is going to have to work with the planning department in terms of a budget for 2022 out of this. So the first thing is to look at the results. What I've done is I've taken all of the forms that I have received from everybody here, and thank you, everybody, for submitting your forms. I know who voted 1 through 7. It's a way I've done it, broken it down is we have the voting members of the planning board, their analysis of the 3 companies. I averaged it, and then it was supposed to be in parentheses. In the Excel spreadsheet, it was in parentheses, but it didn't come out that way when it was printed. Next to that, if you look under resilience, the average, that would have been to take the 7 members, average that out, so the average is 55.4, and then you see 45.0 to 63.0. That's the range within, for that particular company by the 7 members, and the same for the other 2 firms. And then I did is I took and looked at the non-voting members, there's 5 of the non-voting members, and what their averages were and ranges as well. And then if you look down where it says total summary, you've got the average from the voters, 55, 41, and 59. You have the non-voters at 55, 48, and 50.8. And then if you take and combine that, you've got 55, 45, and 54. So there's consistency in the data. And again, we're not looking to make a decision tonight, but it's to give you the, analysis from the data as to what the variation was between the voters and the non-voters within the planning board itself. I'm not drawing conclusions. I'm letting you, the decision is by the planning board when you come up for the vote. What I also did is I took what I call the attributes. Everybody, those who made comments, now this is my analysis. I took the comments that you made, and if you flip the page over, in the backside, there is also further attributes. And I tried to classify the type of attributes that the board thought about these 3 companies. And then I tried to assign numbers, not with the intent of saying coming up with a number, but just to give you an assessment of what I thought you were saying in your analysis. As an example, professionalism. How professional was the company? How prepared were they in terms of their presentation? What do they do in terms of data analysis? And I listed, I think there's 9 of them: objectivity, analytical analysis, the master plan methodology, how they go about in terms of doing their method of doing data collection and developing the master plan, things about knowledge of New Hampshire and stuff like that. And so it was strictly my assessment, 1 to 10, based on your input. And I know that you didn't sign it. It was my way of trying to communicate to you what I thought you were saying in terms of what you thought the attributes, beyond the numbers themselves, what was the attributes that these particular companies had for us as a town looking at trying to do the master plan. So again, and I did a summary, but the summary was not necessarily something that you're going to drive to make a decision. So that's the results of the analysis from the 3 firms that we did. And again, thank you for giving the input, and I appreciate, everybody participating. That being the results, what I'd like to do is ask for a future date when you would be prepared to have a vote on selecting which of these particular firms you want to select to do the master plan for us, of the 3 firms. So I do need that. I'd like to get that addressed tonight so we know a date, so that everybody can think about, their vote when they do come to the, whatever meeting the date you have. So that's sort of the second request. So, Mr. Chairman, if I can ask if I could be given a date when we would plan to do that, and then I'll be prepared if anybody needs to discuss it with me or among yourselves, let me know. But you have the reports, you have their proposals, you have your own analysis, and now you have the analysis of the entire board here. And I think you've got the information to be able to make a decision at whatever time you want to make a vote.
I really like the way you broke this down. It makes it very easy to follow.
It was late night mathematics.
Yeah, I like
Actually, if you drove past my house at 1:30 this morning, I was still awake.
One of the things that I think is kind of interesting and is on the planning board voter ratings, after you got the 1 through 7, you get your voter averages. And when you look at your numbers, your 55.4, your 41, and your 59, if you look at the range, the low one, the 41.6, the range is so wide from 26 all the way up to 57. And then when you go to the high end, the 59, see how close the 52 to 65 is? And then in the middle, the range is in the middle. So, I mean, the numbers just don't lie. I mean, when you broke it down the way you broke it down, it's perfect. I mean, really, you did a great job here.
By the way, voter number 1 is not necessarily you. I'm the only one that has the code as to what vote 1 through 7 is for them, and the 1 through 5. There is a code. I mean, I could verify who did what, because I have a code in my secure notebook over here that, who did what.
Yeah, you did
I like this.
really good job with this. I like the way you did it.
Incredible. It's incredible. The board should give a big thanks to Mr. Thomas for this, right?
Yeah, we're blessed to have you here.
Blessed to have you, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah.
A pleasure to be here.
Yep.
So if I could have a date, or let me know of a date that we're going to do that, so that we can make sure that, again, if you need other information, I can provide it to you. I have not been in direct contact with these companies since their interview. Jeff has, and I'll be taking that responsibility on as he starts to, I've been copied on everything. I'm aware of what he's sending, but he's been the one communicating as the planning director, but it should now start to come from the master plan committee itself.
Does anybody besides me think that it might be a good idea to drop the middle column from this tonight, so that we're just working with residents and NRPC at this point?
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
So why don't we make a motion and a second that we drop Dubai and King at this point?
I'll make that motion.
You have a second?
Second.
Who was the second by? Bruce? Okay, so we have Kevin made a motion and Bruce made the second. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick?
Yes.
Bruce Palapka?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes. So, Sam, as of now, the running is just in 2, residents and NRPC. I don't know if at that point, we want to make sure that Dubai and King don't spend any more time
I'll make sure that we get a letter out to them.
on
This week.
And then, if the rest of the board members can scour through what the other members were thinking, review it. Are you thinking, does anybody have any thoughts as to whether we want to go out just one meeting or more to make a final decision? Or do we want to bring in NRPC and residents for a follow-up?
It's possible if you'd like to. If there's other future questions.
Hal, you look like you want to say something.
Well, I just wondered, we're not including the quoted fee cost in this?
No?
Okay.
What did you just say, Hal? I didn't catch it. Speak into the mic.
His question was, this analysis did not take into account the cost, and it did not.
Right.
As the
Cost is not
interview-
involved in this.
It's not a
right.
factor, okay.
Right. Yep.
That should be something that I should provide to the committee, or the board before your meeting, know what the costs are. Now, obviously, the costs could change because there's 2 factors. One, this won't take place till 2022, because it won't be till it goes to the town meeting in 2022. So their pricing could change.
Yep.
Number one. Number two, as we look at the proposal, there may be things that we either want to take out or we may want to add. So, again, you don't have to rush to make this final decision. I can make sure that I review with the committee that I do have, and Danielle and Cindy have both asked to join. We can have a subcommittee meeting to talk about looking at the proposal. Are there items that we want to add or take out? Then, our plan was to go back and ask them for a final proposal, what that would be for 2022, because they built it on a 2021 work project.
I don't want to put you on a spot, but out of residents in Dubai and King. Which of those two were more expensive, do you remember?
Resilient was 85,000, and Du Bois and King was like 60,000, I think it was. I can get you that in a moment.
So Dubai and King, were they the most expensive,
No, Resilient is.
or was it Resilience?
Well, I say Resilience, but
No, it's resilience.
Resilience was the most expensive?
yes. Yes, Resilience is, Resilience was 80,600. Du Bois and King was 64,817, so I'll call it 65,000. And NRPC is 41,000, but they also gave us a $10,000 discount.
So this is now the battle between the most expensive and the least expensive. We've ruled out the middle.
But there's no battle, Mr. Chairman, in my opinion. The battle is that the voters be given the option to choose who's going to set the future of this town for the next generation. So I think that the voters have shown in the past their generosity to do that. I think we should have, at the very least, at our next meeting, a discussion among ourselves about the difference between the two that we've narrowed it down to, at least some sort of discussion, get that out in the public, let the public give us some feedback if they'd like, after we, say, have a open discussion about the two.
Yeah, if we could get this onto a light meeting,
What about the next one?
would be better. So if we can just, if the board doesn't mind, if we put it on to the next meeting for a discussion, and then if we find out that the next meeting ends up going to be a full meeting, then we can just put it off to the next one, and that way there we have the time to properly discuss this. I don't want to just only give it 5 or 10 minutes, because this is something this is our master plan. This is something that really, we need to talk about and make it the right decision.
So, Mr. Chairman, what you would like me to do is provide and I can electronically send this to everybody through the planning department. We'll put the cost, and I'll extract out the items that they have so that you can look not only at the total cost, but the line items within the cost analysis itself. And then what I'd like to do is I'll get with Danielle and Cindy and anybody else that, I know Mike Sherman was interested as well, and essentially sit down and look at the proposal and ensure that against the stated objectives that we stated as the RFQ, the request for proposal, to ensure that they addressed all of those items, which we know there's a couple that they were missing, and what we'd like to maybe take out or what we'd like to add from, because all of the companies missed 1 or 2 of the items that we put in our request for proposal. So I can put that together in advance of the next meeting, have it out to everybody so that everybody can come to the meeting, and maybe you make the next meeting more of a discussion than making a decision.
Was there some discussion at a previous meeting where Jeff had found some money to perhaps start doing something?
There was, he had an allocation for 5,000, he talked about it 2 meetings ago, it was, what did he call it? There was a conservation who was going to do a $3,000 study. It was land analysis or
Yeah, it was the-
open space, not open space.
Yeah, I thought it was the open space
Yeah, was that
or
something
land.
NRPC was going to be doing, or?
NRPC was going to do,
Oh, yeah, that
yeah,
was,
the NRPC was going to do it, and the Conservation Department was going to do another one. I forgot the 2, I can go back and look it up, I just can't remember what it was. But one was to do with, I think, available open land space that was still available, and the other one was a conservation inventory. That's what the conservation was going to spend $3,700. The planning department, under Jeff, was going to spend $5,000, and I think it was open space analysis.
Okay.
I think those are the 2
Was
items.
it a build-out analysis? Was that it?
Build-out,
yeah.
I may be
gonna
calling it
say
wrong. I
that.
said open space, it's a build-out. You're right, Kevin.
Yep.
Okay. Good, awesome.
And I don't know what the status of either one of those, because that doesn't really fall under the master plan. But I know the what'd you call it, build-out analysis, that was done through Jeff, and then the Conservation Department was doing the inventory and inventory. resource inventory, I think it was called. I'll get that information for you.
Okay, is there anything else, Sam, that?
No, that's,
We need on that, okay.
let's see, and then, and then obviously, we want to get this basically completed in terms of what we want, so we can go back to them and ask for a cost, because the budget starts back in June, they'll start building a budget. So obviously, we want to be working with the planning department to ensure that whatever they're putting into the budget reflects this.
All right, so,
Assuming that it's going to be in the budget and not going to be, I don't know what the term is.
rejected?
A warrant article.
Separate
pardon me.
line item?
No, it was a warrant article, which would be different than the budget itself. Because we missed the budget this year too late when we got this thing started.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Montbleu, if he's still on the line, he might be able to answer that, because he was part of the last major master plan. Does he know how the money was allocated?
What was, the question, how was the money allocated?
Yeah.
Geez, it was so long, Jim, I forget now. But I think it was, I think that's exactly the way we're going, budget committee, and then, it was approved by the town people, in our, March meeting, and then we went off and hired somebody.
All right, we can,
I think it's exactly the way we're going, in memory, and it's been a long time.
I think it's a separate item. We should do some research on that. That's easy enough to find. I don't know if it's going to be inclusive in the operating budget of the planning board, if that's what we're talking about. It's going to be a separate line item, request on the warrant.
Jim, are you saying that it's in the budget for the planning department, or
No,
are you saying?
I wouldn't think it would fall into the budget and be absorbed. That would be a separate number. I think this number would be
Right.
a line item brought
Yep.
independently.
I agree. I believe I think it was a line item last time.
Hal, do you remember?
I think there's money had been set aside in this year's budget, in the planning department budget, but I can double check that.
All right, maybe, Sam, maybe you could ask Mr. Gowan that question. He might even know off the top of his head.
If there was any money put in the budget for this year?
Well, what the process, I believe he tried to explain the process once before, but if we got to go in front of the budget committee, or is this going to be a straight warrant article?
I think the regular budget, there was money budgeted in the planning department budget for master plan.
That's how Jeff has explained it to me, that for 2022, come June,
I may be wrong, but I thought that there's money set aside.
he was going to put it in the budget, in the planning department budget for master planning. If that got approved by the budget committee, then it would be an integrated part of the planning department. If it wasn't accepted, then it would have to go as a warrant article, and then we would have to prepare that as such.
All right, so at the next meeting, we'll be prepared to either bring these two back for further questioning, or vote one way or the other. If we don't want to bring it back, just pick one, so we know what we're talking about for a budget, approximately. Obviously, as Sam was saying, it could change a little bit, but at least we'll have a ballpark of who we're going to go with. I think I know how I'm leaning, but I'm going to reread and compare just NRC and Resilience now that we're down to two. It's going to be a lot easier for me to do the comparison. There's a lot of similarities, so it's going to be finding the nuances now as to what the difference is. All right. Kevin?
Are we done talking about this? I have something else I want to talk about.
Yeah, go ahead, we're done with this.
Is it good time to talk about the February 18th minutes? And where we stand in that?
Perfect. Perfect time.
Who just said perfect time?
Mike Sherman, I was gonna bring it up myself, so go for it, Kevin.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to put Danielle on the spot, but I know you mentioned
The difference between,
about working on the minutes, which I don't
Yes.
really
Oh,
think
yeah.
you should be doing, but if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I just wasn't sure where we stand with this, with the minutes.
What does
looking at me.
anybody think about the minutes? I know we never approved them.
We don't have them.
We don't have any, right? So, Mr.
I
Colbert?
mean, my opinion is they should be verbatim.
Well, they're not gonna be. We were told that they can't be redone because they're not gonna pay to have them redone, so somebody want to make a motion to approve them and we'll see where the vote goes? The way they are?
Do that now without having them in front of us?
With the plan board, we can do,
You have
we-
a
we've all read them.
You have the tape of the whole meeting.
Does anybody agree that they should be approved the way they are? I know I'm not going to vote to approve them the way they are.
I wanted to make the motion.
So we're just going to table it indefinitely then. I'm fine with that if that's what that's what the board wants to do.
I know I missed that meeting, but I did watch it, and I know there was talk about Danielle going and providing all of her detailed information and research. I don't know where that stands, or was that a part of it?
Me personally, I don't feel that one member of the board should be taking the heat for,
Oh, no. I just know that there was a lot of detail in that, especially that portion of the minutes that were just kind of abbreviated, that part of the meeting.
yeah.
I just wasn't sure where you guys stood with that. I know it was something that was discussed.
Basically, what happened is the board wanted more detailed minutes to a point where they were looking to have it verbatim, which I never heard that before, but I guess that means exactly word for word what was said. And the town, I'm going to say the town, decided that they didn't want to pay for it.
Oh, I understand all that.
So
I just know that in
We
part of
don't
that
have
meeting.
anything that we wanted to approve. So now we're basically at a stalemate where we're not going to, I guess, we're not going to approve the minutes because we don't agree with it. Mr. Lyon?
Yeah, just keep in mind that we have a record of everything that was said. We have a tape, so you can find every single word that was said with the tape. So it's there. If you want a copy, I'm sure you get a copy.
Mr.
Go ahead,
Chair.
Danielle.
I think the whole board offered a lot of great information. I know I did my research and I presented it, and I know there's some things still missing, but I think everyone on the board gave a lot of great research and information, and, I think some of it's been just missed within the minutes. I mean, Jordan, you're doing a great job, but that was a big meeting.
It was a long,
That was a
long,
big-
tiring meeting, yeah.
So, I know I've done my research and everything, but there were a lot of, Cindy had a lot of great information that she contributed. We had every board member contribute some information. There's a little bit of, with the attorney going back and forth, so I will not approve any minutes until they're done the way we requested them to do.
Jordan, we've never done that before. We'll never do that to you again. We'll never ask you to do that. That in 30 years, Patty, since you've been doing this?
32 years, it's never been done.
Yeah, 32 years. This is probably first and last time we were ever asking for that to be done. And
nobody on this board is holding that
Chairman,
against
this is
you in
Roger.
any way at all.
Don't the selectmen ask for verbatim minutes every once in a while?
What was that?
Ask our
The answer is no.
the two selectmen rep, don't the selectmen ask occasionally for verbatim minutes?
I have no idea. We have two selectmen here.
I've heard of a specific section maybe, like, hey, I want this, but, you know, Al would know better than I would.
I've never seen it verbatim for the selectmen.
Right.
Mr. Chair, can I offer some insight?
Sure, go ahead.
So, obviously, we all kind of knew that it would get to a point where this would go to court, all right? You ask a lawyer his opinion, and he's only going to offer you what he thinks you need to know, I guess. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but I really didn't get a good feel for how I should discuss this, but there is a lawsuit coming forward. Now, we are being presented very negatively, which is why it's important that the minutes represent not only what was said, but the sentiment of this board. If I said to this board that this board was racist, you would want some proof of that. We're being told that we look down upon workforce housing, and that is a sentiment of this board, which is why, in my opinion, we need the minutes written verbatim. And if we don't approve the minutes, and there are no minutes, the only record that's available would be the video, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer.
Well, we gave that applicant every opportunity, reconvened after the ZBA was done, asked them what they wanted to do. We gave them the opportunity. We invited them back. We were willing to work with the applicant, and I don't believe that the minutes reflected that.
But the video will.
The video will.
The video will, but the video will not go to court.
The video is not what's going to be used. The prima facie evidence will be the
So-
written minutes, in my opinion.
And if there aren't any minutes,
That's not our fault. It's not-
then
That's
would
my-
they have to use the
We did
video?
our best at the planning board level. We had was it a 3-hour meeting? I mean, we really tried to work with the applicant. And we were told that for a few $100s, $300, $400, whatever amount of money it would take, that it wasn't in the budget. So here we are.
But that's my point, is that, the way this board is being portrayed really kind of disgusts me, and that wasn't the sentiment of this board.
Not at all.
At all. So I think it's important, that meeting is very important, and what was portrayed needs to come across as what was portrayed, not what, the applicant is saying, how he feels. We were portraying workforce housing.
Yeah, well, we did our best.
So,
We put our best foot forward, and we are where we are.
Mr. Chair, Mike Sherman, could I weigh in here?
Go ahead, Mike.
I understand that the ZBA okayed their minutes, and I'm a little disappointed with that, because all the stuff that's missing from the planning board minutes, I mean, like Danielle said, every single member that weighed in with any kind of detail, stuff just wasn't there. And some of the arguments that Mr. Hennessy put up when he was trying to argue the point that Pelham had enough workforce housing and why he didn't feel that he needed to vote for it and everything, I can't believe that their minutes had all that detail in it. Why would they pass their minute?
Because we did all the work in our meeting, providing all of the detail on how our town is set up and compliant. And they just were able to come in using that information to make their decision.
Mr. Chairman,
But it's not a full picture if only their minutes are ever shown in a lawsuit.
Member Kirkpatrick's making a very strong point for why we should argue for minutes that are more detailed, we gave the planning board the reason.
The zoning board.
Zoning board.
Zoning board, yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Well,
We gave the zoning board the reason, and that reason's not being recorded. We were told at the last meeting by staff that, oh no, it won't be your decision, it'll be the Board of Adjustments. Well, how the heck do you think they came up with that decision? They came up with that decision on the testimony that was given by every member of this board, including the alternates, and people from the public. But that's not going to get into the minutes because we're being told, I think erroneously, that we can't run our own board here, and we can't have our minutes, one particular set of minutes transcribed is as close to verbatim as possible. It's impossible probably to be verbatim, but it's very possible to be a lot more detailed. And I think until that happens, I can't approve any minutes, so either put them in limbo or not approve them, and let those guys take the hit for what might happen.
Right, but Jordan wasn't allowed the opportunity to do that. She was prohibited to do that by, I'm going to use the word the town, but somebody in the town prohibited Jordan from doing her job. And that's not her fault at all. It's not the fault of the planning board. So it's just the fact that she was not allowed to do more on the minutes. And it was all on budgetary. So, I mean, if that doesn't say it all, when this is going to court, and it might not even come into court when they say, well, where's the minutes? Why don't you have minutes? Well, because the town didn't want to pay for them? I mean, how's that going to look in court? I mean, it's not the planning board's fault that, somebody in the town chose that. Certainly not the recording secretary's fault that somebody in the town chose that.
Mr. Chairman, I've been in town my entire life. I pay over $20,000 in property taxes to this town every year. And I was insulted by the opinion that we got back.
Well, I mean, it was also insulting that, I believe an attorney was consulted about that, and we never asked for that opinion from an attorney. So, there you go. It was completely.
Mr. Chairman,
What did that cost, Mr. Chairman?
It probably cost us as much to get the attorney's opinion as we could have probably paid Jordan twice the amount of money she's getting to turn around and do good minutes.
Exactly.
Not good minutes, but better minutes, and you do great minutes, by the way, Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, could I say one more thing? I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. RSA 673-16 says that this board can accept gifts and donations to accomplish its goals. I will pay personally for those minutes to be done verbatim, if the board will accept that, because that's how strongly I feel about what was said here and how that'll help our testimony in court. That's how I feel as a person, as a taxpayer of this town, that if the town, the administration of the town can't back our decision that was made in good faith, then I'll do it, because that's how important I feel it is. I shouldn't have to do it, but I'll do it. So those of you that think I might be criticizing you, I'll do your job for you. This is awful that we even have to discuss this.
Yeah. Anybody
I'll
else?
donate to that.
Mr. Line? Hal?
We just do the minutes, and it gets done. Why don't you just do it? But if you do it the way Jim is saying, you make it the highlights, just get the stuff, the meat in there, make sure you get it all in there.
It doesn't have to be perfectly verbatim.
I agree with you. So if you do it that way, just go do it. Send the bill. I don't know. What do you think, Brian?
Ryan?
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that if I read the minutes and if I'm being accused of being derogatory towards workforce housing, I want to see that. I didn't think that I or any other member on this board was being derogatory towards workforce housing. And that is going to be brought up in court. And I don't know how you can prove that in court without minutes or any other way to prove it, but.
Have the tape, they would have that.
Right, but, they're saying that we were speaking negatively about workforce housing, and I don't believe that was the case. So, unless I can read the minutes and see that that it reflects the video in that meeting properly, and, hey, if I was talking down about workforce housing and being negative about it and being like, oh, we don't need this in town, blah, 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 which is, not what we said, we just didn't feel that we made our fair share. And that was the sentiment, we are following the law. If that sentiment is not represented correctly, then I'm not going to approve the minutes.
So normally, what we do, review the minutes, if we find corrections, we say, go correct them. This one needs a major correction.
It needs a lot of detail,
So,
99% detail.
but, I treat it that way.
All right, so what,
Well, if it falls short of the budget, once again, I'll say, I'll get it, we'll get it done. I don't care. This is just gonna put a nail in the public opinion if we don't get this done and do it right. This is the worst thing I've ever encountered.
So-
And I've been on boards for the last 50 years of my life.
Mr. Chair, may I ask Kevin a quick question?
go ahead.
As a planning board, could we come together and put something together to sit in front of the selectmen to request a recommendation or something to assist us with this? Is that possible?
Yeah, I see why not.
To come in front of the selectmen and say, this is our situation, this is what we're up against. As a board, we all agree that, we're reaching out to the selectmen to make this recommendation to see if we can get your support.
You can either reach out and be put on the agenda, or you can come to a deal and just do open forum.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else have any thoughts or suggestions? Right now, the only suggestion is that Jim is talking about wanting to pay out of his own pocket to have the minutes done, redone.
I'll make that donation, Mr. Chairman, right now,
Why don't you?
whatever it takes.
I just don't see where that should be something that should ever have to be done.
I don't either, but this is what it's degenerated into.
Well, the next selectmen's meeting is April 27th.
Yeah.
We go to that meeting and request that we,
Presented to
Well,
the
we have two
verbatim.
selectmen's reps here. Perhaps maybe they can have a minor discussion with the other selectmen and tell them what's going on at the planning board and that, what it's come down to.
Whatever the board desires.
Hal, what,
You have a right to get your meetings corrected. And you should just do it. Okay? It's my thought.
if the selectmen have the ability to reconsider what was done with prohibiting the minutes from being more detailed, I mean verbatim, again, I mean, if we're leaving out 1,000 words is
Well, I
not
think-
much on a 3-hour meeting, I mean, compared to the amount of wording that was done.
Well, the thing is, if you could do what Jim is suggesting, you know the areas that are missing. Get them filled in. And that's part of the correcting the minutes.
I guess nobody's actually, and I don't want to put,
Okay.
I don't want to put Jordan on the spot, but Jordan, would you have the ability to do more detailed minutes than what was done?
They were talking about sending it out to a different company to do that. It would take a while, so it'd have to get approved through Brian. That's,
Through the Board of Selectmen.
I guess that wasn't my question about farming it out to somebody else. I guess the question was, would you have the ability to do more detailed by watching the minutes? Or, I mean, watching the meeting over on the tape, or would they have no choice but to farm it out?
I would have to talk to my boss about that, I guess, but
Okay.
yeah.
It's 2021. I can talk on my cell phone and it can dictate it into text, like instantly. So I can put my phone out right now, hit a button, and it'll record everything word for word as I'm speaking and send it in a text right away.
Really?
I have a hard time believing that there's no software out there that can listen to that video and just dictate minutes.
I don't know anything about that kind of
Word for word.
technology. I think you're right, Kevin. I think if you play the tape and you turn your phone on, you can record it.
I have tried that. It does not work.
No, but I'm saying,
No.
I know there's software, I know there's speech to
I know nothing about it.
speech to dictation, software.
Exactly, yeah.
So, I don't know.
Tim, my wife's out in the car waiting for me.
Okay, Hal.
She's been there for a while.
Thank you.
Hi. Sorry about that.
Thanks for your input.
All right, take care.
I don't see I don't know what the roadblock is. I don't know.
Okay, are we going to bring it back to the selectmen for reconsideration of some type, or can we work out something here? I said what I'd do. I mean, what are they talking about? They're not talking about that kind of crazy number that
Just, I
it's
need
got
the
to
board, I need
bankrupt
the
the
board.
town of Pelham to defend ourselves in
I need the
court.
board to give me a direction. What do you want me to do?
No, I know you, well, I would say that we ask our representative to bring it back to the Board of Selectmen as soon as possible for discussion and see what they can come up with, and they know my stand on it, and, so it's not a monetary reason anymore.
I agree with that.
I'll worry about recouping the money later from some other source. This is too important.
Too much information missing, especially where it's going to court.
It's way too important.
Well, I think that at the last meeting, our staff might have said that, not that we were irrelevant, but it was basically up to the ZBA and their minutes and not our minutes at all. And that, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but did they not say that ours just didn't matter as much as the ZBA?
But we were a joint meeting.
I know.
And it all matters.
Yeah, I know our testimony mattered to how they made their decisions.
The ZBA is not being accused of speaking negatively on workforce housing, the planning board is.
Well, that's...
Exactly, but if they're
Sorry.
appealing a decision, we didn't make any decisions, but the ZBA used our meeting to come up with their decision, I believe. I mean, we were the ones that did all the homework and provided the information about where the town stands.
Have you had the case is public now, obviously, it's been filed in the courts?
Yes,
So you've obviously have read,
everything.
you've read things, and we don't have that, perhaps we should, but I think what Mr. Cody's saying to you is, it fortifies how you feel, that we've been talked about in that, and that's going to be used in court.
And I would like to think who's ever representing, I'm sorry.
No.
Our town would want to include our minutes, our part of the meeting, to defend us.
I would think so. If their intentions were clear and honorable, I would think that's what they would want. They'd want as much information and testimony that they can get into the written minutes if their intentions were to prevail in court.
What if their intentions are not to prevail in court?
Well, I'm not going to go there. I'm just saying, I think that this board's trying to do the right job. I think people out there ought to take notice. What we're trying to do and what we seem to be running into a roadblock. I see it as a roadblock at this point in time anyhow. No one said anything to me. They've had a couple of weeks to think about it. No one's rescinded their decision. So let's ask our selectman's representative to see if he can get an action item up on front of the board. If that's how I...
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike again. Could I weigh in on...
Sure, Mike, go ahead.
If if the board, the planning board, or representatives of the planning board do decide to go before the selectmen, I would advise you to get on the agenda and not do it before open forum. Open forum has its own little rules and bylaws, and I think you'd be better suited.
That's incorrect.
I don't feel that way, Mr. Cody, because I've seen people shut down on open forum before you got on the board. I've been there a little bit longer, so
You're correct.
my own personal opinion, I would say you're better off getting on the agenda.
No, there are no bylaws, Mike. Open forum is up to the discretion of the chair. So
The chair, exactly.
You are right, but you were wrong. There's nothing dictating open forum. But you are correct that it's better off being put on an agenda. Open forum's at the discretion of the chair.
And I agree, we should be on the agenda if it gets to that.
If you want to come and have a discussion, it's better to be on the agenda. Correct.
No. I personally don't see where we should even be in this position where we have to go beg the selectmen to have good minutes. I just don't even know how we got there, you know?
My question is, do
I
you want me to bring it up, or do you want me to put it on the agenda?
There was two people speaking at the same time. Can you rephrase that, Kevin?
The question is this.
Yep.
There's a lot of talk, all right? Do you want it to be put on the agenda, or do you want me to bring this up?
I think you should just bring it up to the selectmen and see if this is set in stone that somehow somebody that works for the selectmen is able to prevent the planning board from having the minutes redone.
Yeah, I have no problem doing that.
Yeah.
I just want to know what you want me to do.
It could be as simple as that.
That's all I'm gonna do.
Somebody may have overstepped their bounds, may have done something that they probably shouldn't have. Maybe they...
I'm going to argue the point that we want. That's what I'm going to do.
I think it might be as simple as that. I think we're going out on a limb here that we don't have to go out on. I think it's going to be a simple fix that, the minutes can be done in more detail. And I don't believe that they need to be word for word farmed out. I believe that, I truly believe that Jordan is highly capable of being paid to put more detail in the minutes herself.
Absolutely.
So the selectman's representative is going to ask the selectmen to reconfirm not doing our minutes or doing our minutes, and then you're going to also tell them that, hey, there's an offer out there to cover the cost of this if you guys really, if you don't want to do this. I'm putting them in a very shameful position, I understand that, but I'm doing it anyhow.
If we have to put it out, does it matter?
I don't back down.
Well, no, what I'm saying, whether Jordan doesn't or it gets put out, it's irrelevant as long as it gets done, right? Right. So,
It could be picked up later on in the future in another means, I'm not worried about that.
So we can make that request to you. You're going to go back to the selectmen and let them know our thoughts. However, with that, can we also request something from the budget to cover the cost of that as well?
say it again?
When you go back to the Board of Selectmen with this request for the planning board, can you factor in as well as
No,
the
the
funds?
town's paying for it.
Okay, that's, all right.
Love you, Jim, but that's, no, that's not
A
happening.
lawsuit hadn't been filed when that decision to not pay to redo the minutes had been made. And then shortly thereafter, the lawsuit got filed. So that decision was made before the lawsuit came about, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, maybe that decision doesn't hold anymore. Maybe they might, whoever made that decision might reconsider it,
So that'd be my job to bring it up and to discuss that in that, in that light,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Kevin.
And thank you.
All right, anybody have anything further? Any other topics? I'm seeing and hearing no response.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Would that be a motion to adjourn?
Yes, that is the motion to adjourn.
And that is made by Roger Montblow,
I'll second.
and that came from Kevin. All right, Danielle, will you read the roll?
Bruce Blapka,
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick,
Yes.
Kevin Cody,
Yes.
Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes, Roger Montbleu,
Yes.
and Tim Doherty.
Yes. Okay, we're adjourned.
What is the purpose of us hearing this?
We'll see how,
You're on.
I'm on. Okay, everyone. Welcome to the April 14, 2021 meeting of the Pelham Conservation Commission. I need to read a statement about public meeting compliance during the pandemic before we start. This is a checklist to ensure meetings are compliant with the right-to-know law during the state of emergency. This is the 4/14/2021 Conservation Commission meeting. As acting chair of the Conservation Commission, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that the meeting will be held at Sherburne Hall should anyone choose to attend in person. However, participants may also participate remotely, which is authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. In accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are, A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. We are utilizing Zoom for this electronic meeting. All members of the commission have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to the contemporaneously listen and participate in this meeting by dialing the following phone number: 646-876-9923, or by entering this website address, www.zoom.us, selecting Join Meeting and entering the meeting ID and password listed below. The meeting ID number is 896-1110-7272. The passcode to the meeting is 901254. Please provide your first and last name to the attendant. B, providing public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically. Instructions have also been provided on the town website, www.pelhamweb.com, on the Conservation Commission page. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please call 603-508-3089 or email at jgreenwood@pelhamweb.com. D, adjourning the meeting if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. That would be the people that are attending through Zoom. Need to specify that. Brandy, could you take roll call, please?
Sure. Dennis Hogan.
Here.
Al Stewart.
Here.
Karen McKay.
Here.
Louise Delahanty.
Here.
Ken Stanvic.
Here, and plus, alone.
Brandy Shido here. Paul Gagnon, Mike Gendro, Lisa Lysigian, and Kara Cubit absent.
Okay. So I also want to appoint Dennis Hogan and Al Stewart as voting members for tonight, because we are down several members that are absent. We have one item on the agenda tonight. Which is map 24, lot 12-44-4, 96 Mulberry Lane. Discussion of an after-the-fact variance for an in-ground swimming pool within the WCD. The presentation will be by Greg Holt of Aquatime Pools. John Lazowski, the Code Compliance Officer of the Town of Pelham, will explain the procedures the applicant followed to obtain a pool permit and the impact to the WCD from the pool installation. Following that, we'll do walk-in minutes and adjourn. Okay, so just before we start, I just want to specify so that the public's aware. Construction has already begun on this project. A stop work order was issued in November because a letter of complaint was sent to the town that the work was being done in the WCD and possibly spilling down into the wetland. The applicant is before us tonight to present their case. They're looking for a recommendation from the commission to send to the Zoning Board of Adjustment because they need to apply for a variance to work in the WCD. I'm not sure whether they have applied for the variance yet or not. We'll hear from the applicant, Mr. Holt of Aquatime Pools, and then we will hear from Mr. Lazowski, the Code Compliance Officer for the town. Members, if we could, I would like both men to finish their presentations before we start asking questions, as some of our questions may be answered as we hear from each of them. Please interrupt if you cannot hear or do not understand what is being said, but let's allow the presenter to finish their comments, other than for like housekeeping reasons that you can't hear what they're saying or something like that. After that, we'll open it up to the commission and the public. So, Mr. Holt, do you want to come forward, please, and introduce yourself and present the case?
Madam Chair, where do I sit?
Right there would be good, because that camera, that thing right there, that little head there, it's like a camera. So if you have photographs or anything you want to show,
I do have some things, yes.
okay. You can, they'll arrange the camera for you if you put
I
it
will
underneath or
arrange
whatever.
Things. On or about the end of November, we received...
Please introduce yourself.
Oh,
You
I'm
need to-
sorry.
you need to-
Gregory Holt, lead designer, sales from Aquatime Pool and Spa. On or about the last week of November, we received a stop work order on the pool project at 96 Mulberry Lane. We had at that point completed installation of the pool shell itself and backfill. And had brought on some extra fill to try to mediate the grade. A lot of the excavation was ledge, so it left a lot of voids. So a lot of the fill that was brought in was subterranean in nature. At the point that we received the stop work order, we stopped. I spoke with Mr. Lazowski via email a couple of times, and as soon as we got the stop work order the next morning, I met with Mr. Lazowski and Mr. Accomando, and we put in silation controls and hay bales and silt fence and hay to hold down a silation control for erosion. At that point, we reached out to the state. Neil Bilodeau from NHDES came out, sent out a letter on December 9th, which I have with me, and I believe it was also sent to the Conservation Commission as well, going over and trying to figure out if we had actually gone into the wetland itself. On the first page, it says, highlighted in second paragraph, would be no violations were found within the area subject to NHDES jurisdiction. We had not actually gone into the wetland, which was good. And we were glad we didn't do that. It is recommended that erosion and sediment controls remain in place and are maintained until the slope adjacent to the jurisdictional wetland is stabilized with vegetation. All of that is still there right now, as per his wishes. And then on the fourth page, lines 7 and 8, one of the things that Mr. Bilodeau noted through GPS and measuring is that the location in toe of slope is consistent with the visible edge of the clearing in 2005. And the location of the pool does appear to be mostly in what was previously maintained lawn. However, we do acknowledge that the pool is within the wetlands, the WCD, 100%. It was done with no nefarious intent. Human error in measuring off of the house is why it was located in that space. And what we're basically looking at, or looking for right now, is recommendation, direction to remediate the current situation, though it is stable and the pool is in what was previously a lawn, for lack of a better term. However, entering and exiting with the vehicles through the yard, previously there was a remediation action in 2007 which added trees. Some of those trees were destroyed going in and out of the yard, with the understanding that they would be replaced as they were in 2007. I think that would be pretty much everything I have to present at this time. Would you like me to put these papers up so you can see them, or?
Yeah, if you have photos, if you have other information that you want to show.
I just wasn't sure.
They'll figure it out. When you set it down there, they'll figure out how to get.
Upside, other way around, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, for pictures?
they're not gonna we can't see that clearly, but if there's photos or something.
I do have some other photos that the homeowner has provided. I was gonna figure out where I put them. Sorry.
Because I believe that I have that, and
I think
we
so,
did get.
that report.
We did get it. It was like circulated to members, like on the computer. I went down and got a harder copy for myself so I could see it. But we have the letter that We got the letter from December 10th that says that, they've opened a complaint of possible violations. That was December 9th of 2020. And then in February, this may be the letter that you're speaking of, they inspected, on January 5th, they inspected the property to see if there was problems in the jurisdictional wetland, and it says they took some measurements, and then they said no violations were found within any area subject to DES's jurisdiction. As a result, DES will not take jurisdiction over the matter at this time. However, any impacts within the WCD are subject to local regulations and enforcement, which is what we're here to discuss tonight.
Correct.
So I want to make it clear you